Welcome everyone, this is Unstoppable Streletsy again, already back from a week from our last stream with the Week 9 matches for the Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty Liga. I'm pretty shocked that we're here already again doing these, so we're going to have a lot of fun going through every single one of these. We got about 7 encounters in total. One of them indeed had a tiebreaker, so we could either have a very quick day or we'll have a very long day. So let's get started on that. Alright, so let's start with Alucard versus Fierro is our first one. I think it'll be a pretty interesting series. I mean, Fierro, he can do some pretty crazy stuff with Argentina, which he is using now. I didn't see that one coming. Yeah. I definitely knew Saku was definitely going to go with the Argentinians. That was definitely something I saw coming. Whereas Alucard is going to be going with the Mapuche. A very controversial civilization. Because, to be frank, a lot of people, including me, have not had a lot of good success with this civ lately. You know, it's just that at least in certain matchups, they seem to get really destroyed. I think, you know, people think that they're the old way with the triangle apps, where you can just make a bunch of them and charge them at their infantry and win. In some cases, depending on the civ matchup, that is true. They can be very good against certain types of infantry, but once those heavy infantry, line infantry hit a certain number, certain threshold, I think it becomes really hard to justify using them. So we'll have to see what happens here. Because remember, when I was facing off against Adri the other day, I was indeed in this matchup, Argentina versus Mapuche, and I got my face handed me on a silver platter. It was not good. Because Adri was able to macro a large number of conscriptos, pretty average conscriptos, mind you, no real upgrade cards or any special attachments to them, and completely wrecked my army of triangle apps. And I had a little bit of support from the Maladanciers even, and that just didn't cut it for me. So we'll see if I bet Alucard has something else in mind than what I did, honestly. You know, he's a very crazy player with very crazy decks and strategies. So I think we're going to probably see more of a fast fortress from him, I think. Get some artillery, some Tralka two-face skirmishers, something with a bit more flavor on it. So, alright, let's look at the deck for the Argentinians to get started. I think, you know, this is a pretty average deck, I would say. Not a lot of aggression, I would say. You don't see any sort of silver coin crates in Age 3, which, you know, I'd usually like to have at least one of them, so I could fast industrial, potentially. He does have faster training on his gauchos. Interesting. He does have some plantation upgrades here, so he's definitely thinking about coin. Now for food, he does have the Butcher's card. This is a very important card for Argentina. If you're playing Argentina and not going for an instant win condition, you need to have Butchers. Because to be frank, your farming as Argentina is kind of slow, honestly, you know. Most of your survival on food is going to be coming from meat sources, ideally cows, ideally pigs. So, as far as the cards he has, I think he's doing pretty good. As for Mapuche, as you know, we can't actually see their deck because they don't get a deck. They get all their cards as part of their heroes, basically. So, yep. And it looks like if we're going to want to see what Alucard's doing with this Mapuche, we're probably going to have to pay a little bit more attention to him, because really the only way we can tell what he's sending is being there at the time to see which box over here is currently showing the next card being sent. Looks like Argentina's going with the Polish wave. Pretty good one to go with for Argentina too, because they get access to the auxiliaries and the infernal picadores, two very solid immigrant units to use in age 2 and 3 respectively. You can put a lot of pressure on your enemy using the Polish. Whereas Mapuche are going with the warrior, so they're going to get a couple of triangulaps for free from this age up. I don't know if he's going to rush with them right away, or if he's just going to pile them onto his army. It's kind of an interesting one, you know. I would have expected him to go more with the messenger to get a faster age up and maybe start looking at a fast fortress of some kind. Because if I was going to fight Argentina, I would like to at least have the option of Trauco skirmishers in case he is going barracks. I know Fiero likes to go with the Patricios, which are actually a type of skirmisher unit that doesn't actually counter heavy infantry at all. Instead, they get these weird multipliers where they get a strong anti-maneuver unit, so anti-dragoon multiplier at range, and then in melee they actually counter scout units, so hussars. It's one of the few units that actually only counters the shock unit type of scout and not the assault ones. So he will be doing an immigrant rush. Very good choice indeed. Oh, look at this. So Alucard's going for the renegade Argentinian shipment to start with, and the 700 wood. Yeah, this is something that's been going on for a very long time. With the devs, they never actually changed these string tables to the proper name, so it might say 700 food, but from the icon, you know it's actually 700 wood. And in addition to that, Renegade Argentinians gives them access to 15 matreros. For those who don't know what matreros are, they're basically an outlaw unit for some of the Latin American civs that acts as a outlaw wassador. For those who don't know what a wassador is, because you've only played this mod for maybe a year or so, wassadors do just that. They throw a lasso at you. It deals splash damage and does some anti-heavy infantry damage, so it's like a ranger, but it has splash damage to it. They used to be part of the Argentinian Civ as a unique unit, but as part of the rework they were removed in favor of Patricios. But with this being an outlaw unit, Argentina and Uruguay can still make it just as an outlaw. So, non-effective mainstream unit to use, but in certain situations they really dominate well. As you see here. Look at the splash damage. They just do a really good job, especially when they outnumber armies. They're just great at dominating small armies with those lassos. And he's going to be supporting them with triangulaps. Now, this could actually be a pretty devastating combination for Alucard, because the one thing that triangulaps really struggle with is very large volumes of line units. And with these matreros, he might actually be able to deal with larger numbers of heavy infantry just by targeting them down with these lassos and getting some good splash damage in them. He's going to be splitting off in multiple directions to sort of confuse his enemy and get away safely. At this point, that's probably a good idea. The thing I probably don't feel too confident about it as Fiero right now is the fact that I just lost my Polish colony. I don't think you can save this thing now. It's gone. Yeah, I wouldn't even be trying to save it at this point. You can see the hit point. Yeah, at least get your firemen out and maybe kill a couple of units, get some utility from it. But now, Fiero's going to just have to think of a new strategy here. I mean, I would really... Well, here's the thing. he might get another auxiliary out in time, which probably a really good thing for him. He needs all the units he can get right now. I'm not sure if going the heavy infantry route is really the best for him, but I do see him switching over to Patricios because he knows now, if I'm going to keep going barracks, I need to at least get Patricios, which have the skirmish tag and won't take any sort of multiplier from these Matroros. And they also have a lot of range too, being a skirmish unit. That's another added plus. He can technically do a bit of kiting work if he has to with them. I'm very surprised that this Polish colony is still standing right now. It's very good for Europe. As for Alucard, he's going to be stripping in the Trauca 2 phase that I mentioned before. These are some very tanky skirmishers. They don't get as much multipliers as your average European skirmisher, but when it comes to hit points, they can take a lot of shots before going down. And in this kind of a situation, I think Trauca 2 phase are going to be the nail in the coffin to this mostly infantry-based defense, because even the Patricios, with their lower HP, are going to really struggle to survive against a high HP skirmish unit like that. So he's going to have to think real fast about maybe getting some Lanceros out to support whatever he's doing. Yeah, with Lanceros, I think he could turn things around a bit for himself and put his enemy on the defense. But if he keeps going full in on this all-in infantry strategy, I think you're just going to die in the long run, you know. Even if you just wanted to ship your 3 Lanceros in your deck for now, until you can get a stable, that's going to make a huge difference, I think, because look at this right here. This is an entire skirmish tag-based army, both the Matros and the Trauca 2 phase. So, well, I mean, yeah, he's microing well, that's great, but in terms of pure mathematics, you're just going to take some really heavy losses in the long run, I think. Well, it's actually not doing too bad, actually. It's not doing too bad at all. Alucard is finally in the position where he's sort of forced to actually build military buildings. He's going to be putting down a corral and a war hut. So expect to see some mixed armies from him. He's also starting to really invest in his market upgrades now. So his hunting bullets, which is the same as steel traps, copperwork, and European axes. That's basically the same as the second European wood chopping market tech. He's going to be making Corel Tulinkos. These are some very good Lancer units. So more like Spanish Lancers, assault cavalry that the Mapuche get. It's kind of funny because a Karolinko actually has the same stats of 2 Triangulaths put together, and across 2 populations, so it's sort of just a different mathematical way of distributing that sort of anti-infantry assault stats, honestly. And you look at the multipliers, they're actually quite similar to the Triangulath in terms of their anti-infantry output as well. So, yeah, I mean, I think in this case, Triangulath could have also been good, but Kuala they're just going to have more HP overall. And against this sort of an army from Sacco, devastating. These Patricios only have the anti-scout. They don't actually deal the anti-assault. So if he gets into a serious melee with them, they're going to fall very quickly. There's not much he can do. The best thing he has right now is these 2 remaining auxiliaries with their 4x anti-shock multiplier. That's about it. Oh, he's going to be training some of the Infernales. Infernales are basically just mounted pikemen. That's what I consider them as, is like a mounted pikeman or spearman unit. They deal anti-shock units, so they're good against assault units, they're good against scout units, or even good against maneuver units if they get into a melee with them. Quite good overall. Like anything that's sort of mounted or fast, they're really good at defeating them. So if he can combine those with like I don't know, Patricios, maybe his land. He hasn't shipped his Lanceros yet. That'd be a good idea to do at some point as well. I know the immigrant shipments tend to be a little bit more effective overall, but you know, I think in that case it could work to your advantage to have a couple of scout units to deal with these skirmish units. But we see Alucard going for a 1k coin with one of his shipments. I don't know if that means fast industrial or he's just trying to get his assault cavalry numbers up for a push soon. My guess would be probably looking to attack right now. He doesn't quite have the food to go for an industrial age push yet. So at least for now it's going to be let's attack now while he's weak and while I have the age advantage. Yeah, this is just not good. He's taking 3 kills right here without any real recourse. Get those Infernales in front of your army and get as many hits in as you can. The thing you gotta keep in mind though is that being an assault unit, the Qualav Talincos have hand armor, so they're not actually taking full damage from these Infernales like you would want them to. And it looks like resource-wise he's also basically starving right now, you know? He hasn't put down any sort of, like, livestock pen yet, which I'm kind of surprised by. When you're the Argentinians, those are one of the few civs where having a livestock pen or a pasture, which is basically their farm, is basically essential to you to gather the food that you need. If you don't have that livestock pen and you don't have a fine cow in time, you could very well starve yourself to death. Great that you can maneuver around to get this hunt, but the herbals will get your food a lot faster, especially if you combine it with butchers. That's why you have butchers as Argentina, is to quickly get a large sum of food out on the table very quickly. Quicker than anyone else can with their normal hunting needs usually. And the great thing about having a pasture is, in addition to providing that livestock pen benefit, you also have the ability to gain free cows over time, so you're going to keep being able to bring in that slow trickle of quick food that you're going to need over the course of a match. Now, I understand in this sort of all-in-rush strategy, he wasn't thinking mainly about what to do if I don't win initially, but it never hurts to get at least one pasture down. I think Argentina, yeah, they do actually get a card that I think increases the food the cows have and sends a free pasture wagon. That could be a good option for Fiero in the future to send an age 1 as a second shipment. That's what I usually do, because I just don't know if you're Argentina if you're going to be in the game for how many minutes. I might need to have basically cow meat available for me 30 minutes into the game, and I need horse grenadiers, I need escoltas, I need units. Because Argentina's a food heavy civ. They're mostly cavalry. They do get infantry, they do have artillery, but what wins them games is their escoltas and their usually their horse grenadiers, which are food heavy. And it's a very long time until you can get Judaism and their Yom Kippur to make those food costs really, really go away. So you need something in the meantime. And yeah, even after you send Yom Kippur, you still need a decent food source to be able to keep making things. Doesn't matter how much it costs. So an interesting match, to say the least. Now we're going to be moving on to the next match that they did, match number 2 on Hudson Bay. Should be interesting. I mean, I get the concept that Fiero was doing. It was a pretty good concept, I think. I mean, Argentina's pretty well rounded in their military capabilities. I I just think unit choice you should have swapped over to Scout a little bit earlier, and maybe had some more crates, or maybe got butchers in there so it could get to the capital age. Because in the capital age, Argentina would probably destroy Mapuche pretty hard. They got very strong units, which basically denies Mapuche of two of their essential units to try and go after the Coahuilenco. And they get access to their escoltas, which, you know, puts an end to their spearmen. And then the Lancero just cleans up the rest. So I just think you should have handled it a bit differently myself. Let's see how the second match went. Is it about the same level? Was there more stiff fighting? We'll find out. Okay, so what we got here? We got a Haiti. Nice. So we got Haiti from who is this? I don't know. And yeah, they went with some very creative names here. So I don't know who these actually are. Is this Alucard or is this I'm gonna take a wild guess and think that this is probably Alucard. I definitely don't see Fierro going with any Native American civs. I don't think I've ever seen him go with a Native American civ at all before, so I'm going to take a wild guess and say this is Alucard and Haiti is Fierro. I don't see Fierro go with Haiti a lot. I mean, people do play Haiti a lot more because of me and basically how successful they've seen me do with them across the board with the civ. I think Haiti is honestly the new coming of the Zulu, basically. And just like the Zulu, they have really good rush abilities, very good aggressive early units that they can send out and start pressuring you with. But unlike the Zulu, they actually have a pretty stable sort of Latin American setup that just about anyone can learn to use. They don't have to deal with the library or any of those fancy African culture concepts. They can get right down to aging up and pressuring right away. Also, they get immigrants, which gives their rushes a lot more power to them, a lot more push. Lakota going for a trading post, pretty standard for Lakota. They're going to need that XP very early on to get some unit shipments out, which they have quite a few of. They get the Bison, they got the War Huts, Axe Riders, Seatan Bows, plenty of crates here, and also Evening Star if he does need to switch to Rifle Riders at any point in Age 2. I don't think I actually have used Evening Star that much before myself, actually, when using the Lakota. I don't play a lot of Lakota, honestly, because, well, I don't do a lot of Native American Civ matches. But from what I understand in Definitive Edition, Lakota are one of the stronger civs right now. Many consider them to be an A-tier civ. Definitely something to keep in mind when you're playing in any Age 3 game. You get really strong aggression. And in Wars of Liberty, they do have the added bonus of dealing extra siege damage for their units beyond what's normal. So you don't really even need the siege dance at the fire pit to even get good siege damage on buildings. They already start out of the gate with having good siege, which benefits a very aggressive nomadic playstyle. So what does Haiti have for a deck? Pretty close to what I would do. I wouldn't get Spice Trade or this one. I can tell from seeing this card here, this is probably definitely a Fierro deck. What I would probably focus more on would be probably upgrades. He does get the Mechanical Plug, which is probably one of the more important ones, but even hand infantry combat would be good. Also, Boyer Ordnance would be good. I know those are a bit late. Boyer Ordnance is a bit later, and you might not necessarily get it in Industrial Age, but if you get to that point in the game, I think it makes a huge difference to have a boost to both your shark and your infantry units, and also your artillery units. It benefits all the units in your roster. He does have his ability to send dolomites from the Wakao here, if he chooses to. Good. I just wonder how this match is going to go, because we're talking about two very, very aggroed civs against each other. Lakota with their axe riders and their bow riders, Haiti with their machetros, Singlins, and their escopeteros. Could be a very, very unexpected matchup. So he's going to be starting with wood. My guess would be he's going to be looking to go forward with some war huts and maybe a corral. That's a pretty common strategy for the Lakota to do. I think for the Haitians, I would guess that their strategy is probably going to be to rush from home using a barracks. I don't understand what oh, he went with the German immigrants. Nice. I don't particularly think the Germans are the best immigrants to use with Haiti. I think the Arabs are, at least to start out with. I think the key to Haiti is start part 1 with Arabs for the stronger line infantry option, and then as you go into age 3, then you switch to Germany for age 3 and 4 to get lots of free works wagons, and then if you want to have the extra range on your line infantry with the Brummers, then you can take advantage of that. But I think if you're rushing early on, having more hit points is a little more valuable, especially when you get some hard-hitting units that you have to deal with. Oh, he's going to be going for pickets first. Pickets. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it depends. He's probably going to be going for Sutan Bowman and War Club, based on what I see right now. If he's going to be going for Sutan Bowman, this could be a pretty serious dilemma for him. He is going for his hunting dogs now and his log firming upgrades, his lumber ceremony upgrades. So he will be keeping up with his economics as well as his combat with the archers. Oh, so he's going in with escopeteros as well. This is pretty reassuring, I think. Oh, and machetros. So, I mean, he is going for a mix of different Haitian units, which I do often. And I was worried for him now if he's going to be going with more of a comp like this, because the machetros, they do a lot of splash damage, so if he can snare some of those Sutan Bowman, he's going to be in pretty good shape, I think. And if he gets some good escopetero shots in as well. One thing I think he should do is try to make some of those Diablo Legion Cavalry the German immigrants are known for. They're basically Uhlans, low HP, high attack. You could definitely use some of that right now, I think, because they're good against archers, that's one thing for sure, but they can also dish out a lot of damage to, say, axe riders, or even his bow riders if they get those hits in. Just generally very good striking units to have. But as we're going to see here, he's actually going to be moving out with the machetros and going around the corner of the map, doing a bit of raiding. Yeah, he has a hunt right around here, so it's totally possible he could get a raid in if he's quick. But unfortunately, this war hunt is going to tip him off, and hopefully you get out of there. Yeah, get out of there. I mean, he knows you're there now, and in fact that arrow fire from the war hunt indeed took down one of the machetros because of this nice little Sharkia multiplier here. He's going to want to go home now and sort of defend his base a bit. That's a lot of bears. That's a lot of grizzly bears. Looks like one of them is a pet, and 2 of them were treasure guardians. That nature friendship power from their Native American heroes is actually pretty powerful. Those war chiefs can get quite a few free units out of their ability. He is going to lose those bears though very quickly. Oh, he's going for another? I think he's basically going to try to take over the whole trade route at this point. I don't know if this was the smartest play here. He probably should have started with the one up here first, because he's just going to lose that trading post really quickly to these pickets. These pickets have 40 siege. That's very high for a unit. Very high indeed. He did add some Zinglins in as well, so he's going to have a bit of an extra shock advantage against his bowmen. It doesn't look like anyone's really attacked yet. It's going to be curious to see how the fight goes when they finally do. Lakota sending in the Great Hunter, a good gathering tech for hunting meat. It's a bit different than the card in Definitive Edition. The one in Definitive Edition also delivers you a summer food based on how much meat you've hunted so far, which makes it really, really good to send. But even in this situation, it acts as sort of like a spice trade card, which, you know, that's definitely welcomed when you're playing the Lakota, because similar to Argentina, you're eating a lot of meat as that civ to get ahead. It looks like there's going to be a fight between them soon. I can see Haiti hanging out around their redoubts right now. And they're probably going to try to engage with these C-10 bowmen at some point. Hopefully before the war clubs get there, so you can make the full advantage of using shock units. Because once those war clubs get in, no guarantees that those Zinglins and Machetros will be able to break through in time. Yeah, this is pretty bold. He thinks he can defend this trading post and take over the whole trade route. And I just noticed this now, he's also got stagecoach here too, so he's going to be racking in lots of resources. Lakota definitely not going to be struggling for resources anytime soon. And I think this is a trap that he's laying for him. He's going to see, oh, he has a trading post here, let me go burn it down, but I'm going to be busy sieging here, and I'm going to get shot in the face by this arrow as I'm trying to do that. And that's exactly what happened. He lured him in there with this trading post, and he ended up taking extra arrow shots because of that prep. Now, yeah, he's not going to be able to survive that match because the war clubs are just really good at fighting shock units, and they're also pretty good at fighting melee in general. I've done a lot of matches using the Lakota in Definitive Edition, actually, with the War Club and the C-10 bow combination. They did quite well together, honestly. You know, especially for a civ that's known for its cavalry strategies. You could win lots of Lakota games just using their archers and their club units. You don't even have to get into the cavalry with them. And indeed, they also got a lot of extra cards that you don't have in Wars of Liberty too, which makes it even more potent. In general, I could look at the resources. Yeah, I mean, here's the dilemma with Haiti though. They do have a lot of coin and food right now, but for Haiti that doesn't mean a whole lot. They're mostly a wood civilization. The only real thing Phil could honestly do at this point is just spam out conscripts, which aren't even the best option right now. He doesn't get any Lanceros, he doesn't get any other sort of coin units, except for artisanal guns, which also cost wood. So the fact that he's down on the wood basically guarantees his death right now. Guarantees his defeat. That's a GG for Fiero. Good job. You know, You did some interesting civ choices and some fighting there. I definitely like to see as much fighting as you possibly can. You know, it's good to be able to see all these matches yourself and be able to commentate on them. That's what's the good part about being a gamecaster is, you know, you can see gameplay other than the ones that you do, and you can sort of try to analyze that and see what would I do if that was me, or at least what do I think I would do, because who knows psychologically if you're actually going to fall through with what you think you're going to do. Sometimes you flinch a little bit and you do something else. It's good to see how different players in the community react in 1 versus 1 gameplay. Now, the next one we're going to see is Darkest versus Moon. I can't remember, have we seen Moon compete before? This might be his first week, I don't know. We've seen plenty of Darkest though, so it should be interesting. Is this, you know, we could do it in opposite, it's alright. I mean, if this truly isn't a tiebreaker one, I don't think it would make too much of a difference. And even if it was a tiebreaker where there's a missing recording, then I guess we're doing it in the right order anyways, so it doesn't matter too much. So it looks like Darkest will be going with the Koreans, and Moon will be going with the French. French, pretty strong civ now, you know, with Swaves, with the Grenadier axis at the barracks, with the Chaucer Cheval. There's really nothing to go wrong with the French right now. Not to mention that all the units are technically statistically better with Royal Guard upgrades. Even their Marines get a Royal Guard upgrade, which you really never see in any civs, you know. Usually the Marine infantry are pretty generic in their upgrades and they don't get access to any sort of tack on from RG, but French, nope, they get RG Marines infantry, which is really good for them. It'll be interesting to see what sort of strategy French go for here. I could imagine as French, one possible solution might be to go full in Swev from a fast fortress. Just sweep up both the Dangpa Spearmen and the Myeongyong Longbowmen. That's certainly an option you could go with. You could also go Cuirassier. The only thing you watch out for though is the cavalry archers the Koreans get. The Gungdo cavalry. That's the only real risk. And it's actually something I exploited against the Mexicans before in a Lightning tournament, was I knew that they would be spamming machetes as the Mexicans. So the way I thought of that was okay, I'm just going to make Gungdo cavalry, because in most matchups you would actually want the scout cavalry to be available in Age 2 and not to have a maneuver unit, but against Mexico or any Latin American that uses machetes, having access to a maneuver unit is actually a strong advantage, quite a big advantage. Almost to the point that sometimes you don't even really care that you're lacking that sort of a melee shock cavalry option. As long as you can counter the machetes, you already feel sort of ahead of the game. So it'll be interesting here to see what the French do against the Koreans and how the Koreans react to it. They're also both very economical civs too. I mean, the Koreans, they're just really good at booming. They're good at getting free villages with their wonder. They get extra market technologies. They can get access to a town center wagon pretty easily with the Chinese consulate. And the dock as well, so, and the trading post, so the Koreans, very good economically, and the French are by default just by having faster gathering villagers. That acts as sort of like an extra economic theory to their base gather rate, which is quite good. So French will be going with the Artisan, same as the Quartermaster, 400 wood. Koreans will be going for the Huron Fortress. This is basically like a giant mountain castles. It defends the area and it trains artillery units just like a mountain castle does. And in fact, it actually benefits from the same upgrades as the mountain castles do. So, yeah, it's basically just a big fat mountain castle then, you know. Covers more area, deals more damage, but in every other way it's the same concept. We will get a couple of free youngs from that. And what will we ship to start off as age 2 strong? Let's see. Well, let's see if we can take down this hot air balloon first. Get rid of French's scouting around his base. Yep, get some arrows in there and shoot that thing down. Yep, that balloon is going down for the count. He will be shipping in food. Food? I wasn't expecting food. Well, you know, French are going for the FF. They're going for the 700 coin. I don't know what Korea's got in mind. I rarely see Korea start out with food. This is their age 2 great shipment. And he is doing the hunting dogs now too, so I think he's sort of trying to calculate, alright, how can I sync up my hunting rate with the arrival of my coin crate so I can get the fastest possible age up time. And let's look at their deck, by the way. So, yep, exactly. This is an FF favoring deck with the webs. But here's the thing, though, that I would be a little bit skeptical of for Moon. Why don't you have 10's infinite webs here? You know? Why don't you have the infinite web shipment? Webs are an awesome unit, but you should have the infinite shipment so that you can keep making them. It's kind of a pointless waste of such a wonderful unit if you're only shipping it one time. You know, I mean, I would... If you want a strong 12 web shipment right out of the gate of Fortress Age, just get rid of the line infantry. Put the webs in here. You know, the Chaucer is fine to be here. The Hussars are okay. Well, I would actually swap the Hussars out for Cuirassiers myself because, well, I think the Assault Cavalry is much more valuable as a shipment than Scout units are. And the Falconets, the Foot Artillery, good, solid option. Yeah, Korea, what's Korea doing? Aggression, defense, so consulate barracks. I mean, they are strapped for resources at the moment, though, so I don't know quite what the plan is from them. French are going to be fast fortressing with the gunsmith, so basically the same as the marksman in vanilla. This means basically free Chaucer Cheval for them. Mounted skirmishers, same thing as the Cacador Montado actually. So we're going to see some skirmisher gameplay here, it looks like. And he's going to be building some grenadiers in the meantime. Can't argue with that. Grenadiers, very good defensive and an offensive unit. Those grenade throws before they go into their musket attack, very devastating. They can do a lot of damage, even especially against infantry. So if he knows, yeah, Koreans are going to be making infantry, yeah, that's definitely something to keep in mind. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Koreans just built one of their light ships in the water. Are we possibly going to see a Korean sort of fishing boom take place? Very possible. We see them, though, going for the Russian consulate option to get a blockhouse wagon. This is quite a popular strategy in Definitive Edition for the Chinese, actually. You try to get to the Russian consulate first, and as soon as you can, you claim that blockhouse wagon right away. And then from there, you can go for a naked FF if possible, or even a semi-FF. It's quite a popular Chinese build that I use quite often when I go with Chinese and D. Guess it works out here as well for Koreans. Koreans are actually going to be going for their Spearman Splash Attack car. What's going on here? Are they friends? Are they enemies? I can't tell right now. They just casually walked by each other for a few seconds there. I couldn't honestly tell if they were friends or enemies, you know? Just hanging out. Yeah, the Spearmen are... Oh god, the Spearmen are snaring the Chelsea Cheval. That's embarrassing. See, these guys, these are supposed to be hit and run units. They got a shorter range in a skirmisher, but they can get out really fast. So to see them getting snared like that, it's not good. Not good at all. But what will they do exactly? So they're going to train some cuirassiers, and they're going to ship foot artillery. So no matter how good or bad your micro is, that will indeed protect you. So no way at all that the foot artillery are going down, especially with cuirassiers fronting them. That's exactly what he needed. And if you remember earlier in the week, I actually did, against the Dutch, I did an FF with cuirassiers and foot artillery. That was quite devastating against Nick. You swore I was counterpicking him because of how nasty that push was. You know, like, are you counterpicking these, son? You know, this is just really painful to deal with, and it's almost as if you directly. But then I did the reverse, and I went Dutch against his French, and so, you know, I know how to use Dutch just as good as anyone, and I can do the reverse as well, so it's not really a counterpick for me. I can handle a lot of different Civ matchups, depending on the circumstances. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what the Koreans have in mind, because they just lost their army right now. And, yeah, it looks like the Koreans are going to be looking to get some fish slowly but surely here. You can definitely see the fishing ship queue starting up at the dock here. As far as what they also have in mind, I don't know. The momentum is technically on the French's side right now. They got the foot artillery, they got assault cavalry, they got skirmisher cavalry, they got grenadiers. He's all fine to attack right now, just because of the small volume of units. The only thing he really has going for him right now is these defensive buildings. He's going to need a way to deal with this foot artillery, I think. He doesn't have enough export to get any Siberian Cossacks yet, so his next best option would probably be to get some not the Gungo cavalry, actually, yeah. He would probably want some Gungo cavalry to deal with the cuirassiers and the foot artillery. Combine that with enlarged mass of spearmen, like he's doing right now, he could actually deal with that without needing any archers even, which could be good. But I don't quite see what his military plans are right now. I mean, it seems like he's not doing a lot militarily as we speak right now. He's just sort of hanging out over here, just playing along, I guess, with whatever he's doing. Yeah, now he sort of realizes, yep, I'm getting attacked. I'm getting cannonballs in my houses. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? I don't know what I'm going to do, so... Get these villages away, that's a good first step. Garrison some of the town center, maybe you can get a couple of shots out into that cannon, I guess. I mean, I don't know though, because you don't have a stable, but you have plenty of coin to get Gungo cavalry, if you did have a stable. The next best thing would probably be, yeah, let's just spam a bunch of spearmen, I guess, and put them on cover mode. That's what I would do. Only concern is the stacking from the grenadiers' throws, protecting them. Yeah, that's the thing, like, I really can't tell who could win at this point, because, yeah, French have the advantage in Egypt. That's for... Oh, they're actually retreating, which I don't know what that's about. They could actually probably go for a push in now if they wanted to. I don't see why they have to retreat back so early. I mean, if he did push forward with Spearman, yeah, the grenade throws alone should sweep him up, not to mention the artillery. So, oh, he's just changing the angle at which he attacks. Alright. I mean, yeah, it could be good to burn that dock down, but I don't really see why taking out the dock is really important. My goal would be take down that town center and get rid of those villagers. Oh, nice. That, what's this ship called? It's called, Hypion Sun. It won't be able to, do a lot here if these falconets can manage to shoot it down, though. These foot artillery, see that? 3x against ships. Probably only 2 shots will take it. Oh, almost, yep. He's gonna lose that ship. Yep, ship is down. His naval defenses are out. What can he do here, though? I don't know. Yeah, you could go market, get a stable or something. Make some gungo cavalry. You know, I mean, gungo cavalry would actually be pretty good here because they deal with the artillery well, they deal with the assault units well, and they could probably even do some decent exchanges against the grenadiers for a while with the aid of your fort. Oh, he's going for an Egypt now, so he's going for the Pyongyang Gate. This could be pretty good for him, actually, if he can get it up and, yeah, manage your villagers and start building right away. Yep. So he's stalling, I think. I think he's stalling himself to get up to the next age. Which, it might work, but it might not work. You can't tell 100% yet. Because of the circumstances. What that will do, basically, is he'll ship a pretty good number of the righteous fighters. With the righteous fighters being sort of a coyote runner unit for the Koreans. They carry various types of weaponry, and what they do is they act as scout units, so they're good against skirmishers and artillery. And he's even going to be sending the military mutiny ship, in which he's going to ship him a large number of these righteous fighters, and it's going to upgrade their stats. And then, when he's engaging with the grenadiers with these righteous fighters, he can use the... Oh! I wouldn't have done the righteous army right now. I would have waited to engage with the grenadiers, right, and I would have shipped them right here when his grenade throwers were expended, and just charged the field artillery with them. See, what this ability does at the Pyongyang Gate is, and you could also put these on cover mode too, if you wanted to deal with grenade throws. That's another option. Yeah, I would put those on cover mode, save some of my HP. I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like you can beat out these grenadiers at least with the what's this? A town rickshaw? Is that from the... That's from the home city, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how I feel about this situation. Is he going for Byongyungs? The foot maneuver unit that the Koreans have access to? Well, at least he has some export to make some Cossacks at least. That should be of help to him. Yeah, that should be helpful to him at least. Get that out of there, man. Get that somewhere safe. You can stall out for a bit longer, maybe. Oh, good. Go for the foot artillery. Get those down. Yep. Wonderful, wonderful. That is good. That is good. You might be losing the town center now, but at least you'll have an hour coming up somewhere else. Can't say if you're gonna win or not, but you know, I've seen some crazy wind conditions lately, so losing a town center does not mean anything, especially if you're Lakota. Seen that twice last week of Lakota coming back from the dead after losing their town center. Yeah, losing a town center, it's not the end of the world all the time. But these youngs, not quite surviving against the assault cavalry just because of these grenadiers supporting him. Yeah, I think he... Oh, he hasn't even started building the town center yet, so, is that his key to surrender? What does that mean? I don't know, it looks like, he's, given up, sort of, you know? Lost all hope at this point of survival. We'll be popping a few spearmen out. I would keep making the Byonggyungs if I had the coin for it, which he doesn't, because they're gonna dish out more damage, dealing pierce damage against their hack armor. Right. So, if you're fighting cuirassiers, you want more range solutions if possible. So, dragoons, Byonggyungs, USA or Canadian riflemen. Anything like that is going to generally dish out more damage. And especially the Nordenfeld guns of the Swedish. Yep, that's another good option. Yeah, I don't know though, like, I think Korea's kind of spent at this point. They can try to ship in that wood, do a little bit more. But I don't know from there what they really got up their sleeve anymore. Yeah, I just don't know what Koreans even got in mind anymore for defenses. Will even get enough time to get another righteous army out to defend? I don't know. It's quite an interesting question to ask. I don't think he's going to get a righteous army in time, but at least this will sort of stall him out if he wants to keep fighting. You know, he could get that wood in time and maybe, I don't know, trade some stuff to get some cav archers. That's what I've said from the start of the match, is get cav archers for this. At least you deny him the ability to make artillery and assault units, and then from there you can ship in Hwachas to deal with the grenadiers and slowly claw back from that. But he didn't do that at all, and he didn't even really use the righteous army effectively, so it was just a gradual beatdown, I think, for him. I do like the fish boom idea, though. The fish boom idea for him was quite innovative, I think. It could have done him a lot of good. I don't know why he keeps going barracks. He's trying to beat a dead horse at this point with the barracks. Go for a stable and get some, gungo cavalry, and you could even get some iron flails too. I mean, I think the iron flails would also do pretty good with their splash attack against the grenadiers, to be honest. You know, even if it doesn't deal that anti-skirmisher damage against them, it's still pretty... Wait a minute, so here's one question I have in this situation. Were these Centurists actually going to go to war with the town center, or were they going to hunt? That's a fun question to ask. Were these attacking, or were these hunting? I think they were just hunting, but a little bit of an interesting question to pose. Yeah, this was a total beatdown by the French. They just did a really good job there against their opponent. We'll be moving on to match number 2 or 1, I guess. I actually don't know. It could technically be match 3. You never know. I mean, they definitely got the numbers wrong here, so anything's possible. Could be the reverse, or it could be match 3. Who knows? Could be a tiebreaker. Seen some crazy stuff before. Seen lots of crazy stuff before. Yep, so this is the match 1 that we were expecting. Okay, so Canadians again in the same spot as we saw Darkus in last time on the map. Alrighty, and the Russians for Moonlight. Well, the Russians are pretty aggressive. The Canadians, they're a little more defensive, I would say. And they're also more team game focused as well. Doesn't mean that they're not dominant in 1v1s, because they are in certain matchups. But should be an interesting matchup to see. It really comes down to how quickly French can get their troopers and Marines out. Because in practice, the troopers on Marine dominates the Russian military in every way and fashion. So if you can get their numbers out pretty quickly, you got in general a pretty good chance of beating them. But if you can't get their numbers out quickly, the Russians just overwhelm your numbers. You also have to be careful of shock units when you're dealing with the Russians. That's kind of your biggest threat, actually, is shock units. You've got the Cossack threat, obviously, and as you know, they even have an option to instantly gain 3 Cossacks upon building their first stable in Age 2 as one of their unique politician options. They also, in fact, have the Plastuni, which is sort of a foot assault unit similar to the Triangle Act. Not quite, because it's not anti-infantry, but it is a little bit closer to a Machetro, though, so should be interesting. See if any Plastuni are used against his Marines here. We can only expect he's going to go with Marines. I don't see a lot of people try to go foot guard usually, because foot guard are kind of suboptimal as grenadiers. You're much better off going with European Civ if you want to use grenade throwers, or even Peru. Now, deck-wise, yep, standard Russian deck that I would use. So you got your Plastuni, you got your Cantonus and your Cossacks, you got the crates, Falconets at Age 3. I don't know about the town center. I would put a fort in there. Maybe a fort. Actually, even an infinite Plastuni ship in here, so I could always have unit support. Has all the good combat cards too, and basic economic coverage. Has the good Russian artillery shipments in Age 4, the factories. I don't know about the coin though. The coin, I don't know if I'd do the coin. Can't be a bad thing, but I guess if you're going fast industrial, having that much coin might be good. As for, yep, I think we've seen this deck before from Darkus. It's the same one he did last week. So with the Flying Manifesto and the infinite readout shipment in there, yeah. Now, Darkus, I hope for your sake that if you can down his council, you do not decide to run home and basically buy 1,000 coin in spies again. That was a very unexpected play, and it costed you the match for no reason. I think he learned his lesson from that. Hopefully he's seen this upload, saw last week's upload of the stream and realized, God, what sort of stuff was I on when I was doing that? What was I thinking? And yeah, I think he's learned his lesson from that, I hope. You know, don't make spies unless you're fighting a really nasty mercenary setup or something, or you got some sort of sabotage stuff in mind, right? That's what spies are for. They're for sabotaging with their landmines and taking down buildings, and they're good against like merc decks and actually native decks too. They're good against native units. So if you're fighting against Belgians or maybe Bolivians, if you could get some spies out there for free from a shipment or a tech, that could actually work to your advantage. It looks like he's actually fighting his Cherokee riflemen with his fur traders. Interesting choice. I mean, yeah, I guess it makes sense. But you know, I would rather be hunting for food if I was using fur traders, not fighting. You know, the dog bites them, you know where, so I think I'd trust the dog a little bit there. Yeah, Sweet Lips is right. Alright, so, yep, so he's actually shipping, he went with the Artisan, it looks like, so 400 wood at his forward blockhouse. what are they going to start with for a shipment? So they're going right out with the Cossacks to start. And I can imagine he's going to ship in another set of Cossacks afterwards, or he might go with the Pastuni next. Alright, so, let's see here. It's going to be encircling the town center a little bit to see, yeah, let's pick up some fur traders if we can. He's making contact. Will he take one down? I think he could probably take the Pioneer. Yeah, he'll take the Pioneer down, but he won't get any fur traders. Alright. So, he did get a... Oh, wait, yeah, he's going to lose one Cossack, which is fine. He has the majority of the army left, which is okay. He does have some line infantry, some muskets available here to act as sort of a second unit. Cossacks are shipping in, part 2. I think he's just going to walk around his base and see how can I keep pressuring this kid into not gathering anything. And he also has his Cherokee rifleman aiding in that effort as well. Because if I can keep my opponent from getting a lot of the troopers de la Marine, you're generally going to be in pretty good standing. Yeah, these Marine infantry, quite good against the entire Russian roster. Once you get them in the high numbers. Let's see if he has the resources to do that. It looks like for now he will be able to keep queuing up these Marine infantry. He did ship some Spontooners as well to aid with the Cossacks early on. Quite a good idea. Yep, he does have an extra dog now thanks to his choice of politician, which is good. Is he going to go another Pioneer? What's his economic plan? Because I would be looking to branch out to the right of where I am right now. Move to the right and get to that hunt over there. You know what I mean? You got the town center covered, I think. I think now you just want to move on to the right side of the map, and get to all these lovely animals here. But you may need to move your army with you to notice the Cossacks that are just sort of parked out front there. Because if you can't get those Cossacks off, he has to be careful of this. He doesn't see the Cossacks, and the Cossacks don't see him. I think for now, though, he's actually in a pretty safe place because this animal was already dead before. So his opponent, who might be looking at the flag of war, might not necessarily know yet that he's gathering here yet. Which lends to his advantage of stealth right now and getting some food. Why the change to skirmish though? I mean, I think it would. I mean, it's not a bad choice. I mean, militia, I guess, in bigger numbers could be worthwhile early on because they do dish out a bit of damage. But I'd go for the heavy hitter, I think, first. Now he's gonna see these fur traders here, and he's gonna. Is he gonna go back together? No, I would go like. Yeah, he took way too long though. He could have probably taken these fur traders out if he wanted to. He will actually lose a Cossack in the process though of going back to do it. I really can't tell who's winning right now. I mean, both. Oh, wait a second. We got steel traps on the way, and we got the cornet. So this means free Cossacks for the Russians here. We're gonna get some Cossacks from that. Quite interesting. So we're gonna see probably foot artillery coming out upon the Aegypt with the free Cossacks, and that's probably gonna be his attack plan, I think, to deal with all these redoubts. Because to be honest, this defense here with all these redoubts is kind of hard to penetrate though. It's really hard to penetrate, super hard to penetrate. So if he can stick it out by his redoubts, I think he's going to be fine defense-wise for a while, you know. He's going to have to deal with the foot artillery, obviously, but here's the thing, just go back home. You don't need to fight him in his base just yet. Just go home. Because you run into this situation where the Cossacks just come in and clean you up. He actually didn't even bring the spearmen with them, which I found kind of cringy. Because, hey, if I am going to attempt some sort of forward assault at the blockhouse, I know that there's Cossacks roaming around the field as we speak right now. I know that 100% certain. So I need to have some sort of protection on so I don't get penetrated too hard by the cavalry. You know? That's the way it is, you know? You gotta prepare for these things, or else you can have some serious issues. Yep. Quite a dangerous situation. Yep. But, alright, so it looks like the foot artillery are going to be firing directly towards the town center, straight ahead. And, yep, taking a shot at that redoubt. Cossacks clearly trying to run around, see can I get any stragglers anywhere. Now, if he is going to try to take a shot at this, just not having the numbers though. If he had a couple more, he would have shot that thing down, and then could have spared his base a bit. But the thing is, he threw his Marines earlier and he lost those numbers. That's why I would have kept them at home, and by the time the foot artillery did arrive, I would be able to shoot the foot artillery down and he wouldn't be able to get some for some time. Yeah, and all these redoubts will basically stop them from really pushing in anywhere too. So that's on him for rushing at the wrong time. Because even now, I mean, he hasn't even really had any time even yet to upgrade his units at all, so taking out these foot artillery basically puts him back on the same stage as you for the time being in terms of combat. Yeah, I just don't know what he's thinking right now. I guess in this predicament, it doesn't really matter because the foot artillery are a persistent threat, but you know, you have the means to get rid of them and you gave them up way too early. Because without the artillery, he can't push on you, you know what I mean? He's just going to take constant tower fire on his infantry, which aren't a lot of hit points to begin with. And he'd have to keep retreating. And that could be devastating to his boom as well. But you gave up your military band for nothing. Sad, sad, sad. I don't think he's dead yet. I mean, he could definitely trade at the market for coin to get and that's what I would do. But you know, you got the numbers to start shooting these foot artillery now, so just go for it. Just go in there and shoot them. Because if you lose the town center, you're done. My friend, you're done. You can try to rebuild it, and that gives you a little bit of a shining chance, but nope, he's dealing with this completely the wrong way. He's focusing on the wrong army here. You know, you don't worry about the cannonists. The cannonists are not a threat. They got horrible range damage and they got low HP. You can deal with the cannonists whenever, especially with Marine infantry. Your threat is these two cannons here, and secondarily the Cossacks. Now, if you kept your defenses up, you didn't lose any buildings, and you take out the foot artillery, the Cossacks can't do anything, and now you have a strategic advantage. But if you give up that advantage, then you start to die, which you see right here. This is when you start to die. Yeah, and none of these sort of skirmishes really matters anymore because you already lost your defensive advantage. Because whenever his Cossacks and his foot artillery can get up here Doesn't matter how well you do against the Cantonese, they're gonna die. So all you got now is like one power fire here, working in your advantage. Everything else has basically been demolished. And now you're just gathering wood for nothing at this. Yeah, probably just gonna shoot those villagers, I would think. Or just the tower, because, all I have to. Oh, here comes the Bostoni. The Bostoni are gonna clean up these villages really quickly. See, they get a charge attack that actually deals splash damage, similar to the Machetro. So, that's what makes them a bit different than the Machetro, is that their splash attack is more of a charge one, and they, being sort of the weaker equivalent of Machetro, just deal non-splash damage when it's not the charge one. Yeah, Russians. Yeah, that could have been easily avoided, I think, for the Canadians. Not as quite a big a blunder as last week, but you know, still questionable choices in general. Just more understandable ones, I think. I mean, I can sort of sympathize with him on this one, I think, because not everyone knows what to do when they're in a serious skirmish situation with an enemy. But it just takes a lot of practice, honestly. You know, you gotta keep playing constantly, which unfortunately not everyone has time for to do, to learn these different fighting techniques. I've been playing this for probably close to a decade now in multiplayer, so yeah, about 8 years, I think. Yeah, so almost a decade, so I know quite a bit about doing multiplayer matchups and what's a good idea, what's a bad idea, what you want to try to avoid. So now we got Sebas versus GP. I think they're pretty evenly matched, I think, so it should be an interesting one to watch. So we got the Evets, come on, Ulivs versus the Dutch, the OK Classic. Interesting matchup. I mean, I would prefer to be the Dutch in this circumstance. I love playing Dutch. When I was a little bit less experienced and younger, I used to think Dutch are such a gay civ because, you know, they just hide behind their little banks and their little towers and they don't come out and do anything. But as I've started to appreciate economic and defensive play more, I realize, hey, the Dutch are mastermind civ, you know. They know how to really play really well and avoid getting into trouble. So I've started to really pick them up in Definitive Edition especially. But even in Wars of Liberty, Dutch, even without all those fancy oh, look at all these decks. Even in Wars of Liberty without all those fancy D cards here advantage, the Dutch in this mod kept the Flank War, which is a really good anti-skirmisher unit. They get access to cuirassiers, which gives them a very strong assault option, and they get new mercenary card options that they don't have in vanilla, which some of them are actually quite effective. When Dutch do finally choose their deck, we'll have to see if any of them pop up in there. You saw quite a few of them used by me this week against Nick when I was playing the Dutch, you know. I used the Ronin one very effectively. 6 Ronin Samurai for 1k coin. That's a pretty good deal. You know, and it devastated his Zwevs, actually. So, Ottoman deck. Pretty solid, I would say. I mean, there's really no glaring weaknesses in it, I think. I would have just gotten rid of this balloon card because I think balloons are kind of meh. Also would have gotten rid of this and replaced it with refrigeration and cavalry combat, probably. That's just me. Maybe he really likes those, I don't know. So no mercenary play from Dutch. They're going full, like, military unit play here. So pikemen or partisans as they're called in H2. Bank wagon, 700 wood. So He's probably going to be sticking to the traditional build order of the Dutch. He's got plenty of halberdier and grenadier shipments in Age 3, and his steel guns in Age 4. So, and he also has all the Dutch bank cards as well, so he knows what he's doing. He also has the Royal Decree Religious Freedom as well, so he definitely knows not to give up on having 2 extra banks available once that's done. The coffee trade, that is. That way to age up, it looks like. See what politician he goes for. I experimented a bit with the governor option that gives you agricultural wagons this week. The governor. I'm trying to remember, is this, I think this is the one that gives the agricultural wagons, I think. Having agricultural wagons available that early on is actually quite a defensive age-up politician, you know? Giving you access to so many farms right upon Age 2. They also return a bit of XP as well once they're built, so they do help you get to that next shipment a bit quicker. As sort of a side bonus, obviously. It's not the main bonus. But it's always good to get a little extra XP early on if you can. Ottomans, they'll be getting the artisans, so quartermasters 400 wood. Should be interesting. If I know Seb as well, he's going to do some sort of Janissary stuff to fight the Dutch, and I think he's probably going to get humiliated by doing that. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see if he wises up a bit and goes Abyss Gunners. Because if he goes Abyss Gunners, you know, he gives himself a much better chance. If he goes for Janissaries, he's good as gone. I mean, to be honest, you could have actually went FF in this situation as Armaments and went for the Falconets, the foot artillery. He is actually upgrading his mosque now with the training upgrades from the mosque, so he's definitely paying attention to his separate training times, which is good. And I think having the 700 wood there will also help in getting the more expensive training upgrades from the mosque as well. That's an interesting question. Once religion goes away, the Great War Age update, will this still be called a temple, or will it be going back to being called a mosque once again? Because, well, it's a mosque basically. You know, it's not really a church per se. There's gonna be no more sort of orthodoxy option there anymore. So, it should be interesting to concoct. That's the thing actually that I should probably try before it's gone on my channel is trying to take advantage of the orthodoxy religion with the fast industrial imperial Ottoman. To see if actually there's such a thing as fast imperial in, say, a team game maybe. Where you would age up super duper quickly to get those really nasty expensive Ottoman imperial upgrades for free. That's something worth trying out in a team game actually. Should try that. There's a bunch of little strategies I want to try out before religion goes away. That could be one of them. I also want to make a couple of calculus as well and get that on there, so you know what that is if you haven't seen them yet. Some wonderful Indian god unit that you can create with the Hindu religion. So Janissaries, I can't call you smart for that, but I can call you something. Can call you questionable, call you brave and witty, not witty but brave I guess. Must be very brave to go up against that matchup of unit. But it looks like Dutch, they're building barracks now, but in general they're just going full on bank. They're banking up the bank, basically. Yeah, see, that's a bad choice, honestly. Go for the coin after you get the wood out. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. I mean, I think he sort of realized halfway through with his Q. Hey, if I go in for some sort of full rush Janissary rush in here, I'm probably gonna die, so let's at least wait it out till age 3 when I can get the foot artillery to help me out there. Well, that's another plan because you have the risk of the riders obviously with your artillery, but yeah, that's for you, riders and skirmishers. Dominating big match, and then they can obviously afford artillery very well because of that bank production. Then you got a three-way army to deal with. And that's in any game that the Dutch are in. That's not just Wars of Liberty, that's vanilla as well. Because no matter which way you look at it, Dutch are always going to have access to Falks, riders, and skirmishers. Well, eventually Dutch are going to be reworked in Wars of Liberty, though, just so you know, yeah. And this whole banking concept is actually going to go to the Swiss Civ whenever that's worked on. So they'll be more like that. But, yeah, in general, for now, Dutch are still going to act like that here. So what are they aging up with? They're aging up with the gunsmith, so some free Abyss gunners for him. Dutch should begin military production now, making partisans and skirmishers. Okay. He's actually also shipping in some redoubts as well, which is a pretty good choice. I mean, I think if you're expecting an arm in Russia at any point, it would be good to have a couple towers down right now. Give his army something to shoot at, I guess. Mess him up a bit. He's going to be making some partisans as well, probably expecting delis to be produced. Oh, his barracks is right here, so he's doing a bit of a weird barrack setup. See, I don't know why you would want to be sending up your army all the way over here. Is he going for some sort of sneak attack or something? I don't know as Dutch if you really want to go for surprise attacks. You might just want to stay at home. Get that big bow of units up and then go straight for the base diagonally. Straight up across. What will he be aging up with? The Ashanti Prince. That's one of the unique Dutch politicians. He will actually get about 6 Swart Hollanders from that, which are basically the unique consulate-style line infantry that the Dutch get from their royal decree tech at the church, and also the Zulu can actually ship in as well. Oh yeah, and I think I think the Japanese can get them from the Dutch consulate as well. Yeah, right. Pretty good unit. Yeah, so this would be a pretty interesting situation for him. Now, what do the Ottomans have right now? Did they send their foot artillery out yet? Yes, they did. It's in tow, coming forward. Now, what is he going to do for, like, military? Is he going to go mostly foot artillery? Is he going to go for more Abyss gunners? I mean, he could ship the delis right now, and I think that would be a pretty good idea. To have a bit of scout cavalry option. Doesn't have any Spahi though. I definitely think a Spahi shipment in here wouldn't have hurt as well. That's just me though. Might have even taken out sustainable agriculture to get a Spahi shipment maybe. In that deck. Where are the artillery going? So he's going to be trying to maybe move towards this house perhaps, and does he know what his base looks like? No, he doesn't actually. He knows a little bit of what the base looks like from the Fog of War, but I just don't like that point of assault. I think you want to assault from the north. That way you have a way to pull out if you have to. Always give yourself options, you know. Don't be so so cocky with your attacks that you go in like that. You need to have an escape plan too if things go south for you and stuff hits the fan. You know what I mean? That's exactly right. And he's also not using the foot artillery in the way that they should be used effectively either. Like, he's not shooting the military with them. He in general lacks really the numbers to make full use of these falconets. His Egypt concept is good, but yeah, he just went in too deep. He should have came in from the north, maybe sieged at the banks, take the banks out, and then you could do some damage because he'd be down 2 banks, and then his mill and his town center and house would be exposed. By going in this weird angle, you give him more of a chance to shoot you and outflank you here, diagonally. And it's harder for you to retreat if he were to, say, put cavalry here. He doesn't have a stable, but if he did have a stable and he was planning on going with cuirassiers of any kind. Now look at this, he's already going for his own foot artillery, it looks like. And he's going to be shipping in halberdiers as well. I think macro-wise, Dutch here are just doing a lot better. You know, the Dutch army is definitely doing their job here in a way that Sebas is definitely going to have to contend with. Sneeze. But yeah, just look at the sizes of the armies here. Dutch macro is just really good. Armies are just falling behind in their aggression. But I do feel like they might be able to get this bank down, which would be pretty smart. I don't know, are they going to let that bank fall, or what's the plan with the banky? Is the banky going down? Banky? Down the banky? Yep, banky is going down. It's one banky down. No, I wouldn't do that. I'd pull out of there now. Oh, my God, he just went and sniped that. Are you kidding me? You didn't even shoot one of these things. You could have shot one of these and this one would be dead right now. Stop snorting stuff and pay attention to your units. Okay, I'll import your macros. You need to make sure you're getting full shots in with the artillery. They're so expensive, and if you lose them and don't get much return value on, what's the point? You're better off just spamming infantry and cavalry then. You can't micromanage your Falcons. Yeah, he could have probably shot in the here, when it was like 2 foot artillery, and probably taken 2 of them out, which, you know, would give him a bit of a better situation. Now he's got to deal with bigger numbers of foot artillery. I guess he does need to go foot artillery, because I would say if he had like a really good mass right now, he could also consider going culverins perhaps to deal with these. And the culverins would certainly have some good siege potential as well. But yeah, he fortunately can't do that right now because he just needs that anti-infantry to compensate for his lack of numbers. Yep, and gonna be oh, he's attacking right here by this bank. Get out of there before you take any cannon fire, obviously. And I don't know, like, in this situation, you could potentially even go for petards, I would suppose, right? Yeah, if you could get some petards sneak in here and take out 2 banks, that could actually be really nasty and annoying for him. Not that that's a calm and obvious play, but yeah, petards might actually be a funny option to do here. Take out 2 banks here, and then you take out the other bank when he's away. That could actually be a kind of a nasty, annoying, painful situation to put him in. Because then he'd be down a lot of resources. He'd actually have to start mining again. Yeah, that would be not game changer, but would definitely change the dynamics in your favor. Yeah. Alright, yeah, retreat that. Get out of there, stop. Why is he waypointing so lightly here? You know, is he fishing him with the... What the fuck is he doing here? He's fishing him. He's fishing him with the, fishing him with the falconet here. He's fishing him. Look, that's the most expensive roaring technique I've ever seen. Trying to be smart or something? That's not smart. That's smart. That's smart. You need to, if you're going to fish him, do it with one of the delis or one of the cav archers. You know, don't fish him with an artillery unit. Unless you want some serious drugs or something. You know? That's just, it's a total disregard for unit value. Because you know the falconet or the foot artillery is the most valuable unit in your arsenal right now. And if you give those up way too quickly, you're gonna die. Especially when you have 3 on his side, coming right up onto your base. And more in tow, because he is Dutch, and he can make as many of those things as he wants to make. GG for Dutch. Dutch, good macro for you. Good job. You did the perfect build for Dutch, and you executed perfectly. I don't know what your friend there was doing to defend against it, but you for certain did your job very nicely, and you did everything I would expect you to do as Dutch. You did everything right.
Commando?
From the halberdier play, the pikeman play, the falcons, the skirmishers. This is how you're supposed to play Dutch, right? This is a good example of Dutch gameplay right here. If you're gonna play Dutch, this is a good reference for you. It's definitely a good reference for you if you're gonna play Dutch at all. Now we're going to be moving on to the next one. Match 2 of the series. See how that goes. So let's see here. So this is match number 2. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, so we got Zulu versus Portuguese. That's a, I don't like seeing Portuguese ever, you know, because it's going to be so boring and bland, because Portuguese are just going to win so easily. He should have gone Zulu like he did in the prior weeks. To go up against his Zulu, that would have been fun and exciting. Whatever happened to Miru Zulu matches? Is that gone now? People don't do that anymore? People do Miru Zulu anymore? I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen it in a long time as a competitive Wars of Liberty player. I haven't seen that in ages. You know, people going into a mirror just to use the Zulu against each other. And that would be something exciting to watch, honestly. It's something we haven't seen in a really long time. And let's look at his deck, see if it's good. I mean, Rhodes Colossus, this is a good card. This is basically a dad's trading post. He's got the Induna. This is a really good upgrade card for Shaka. Gives him a really strong ability with his shield bash. Good unit shipments. The MP and the Firebrand are pretty much the important ones. Spearman also good. Gumboot Dance. It's an alright upgrade card, especially since it affects your rock mining as well. He has all the crates he'll probably need in villages. Age 3, Ascari, good. Spearman, MP. A Diamond Wagon, good. Villagers, nice. Oh yeah, so he's pretty good shape. I don't know if he'll ever be able to use this to a great extent. It basically lets you use your little youths and turns them into Yuan cavalry. I don't know if that quite make the cut for him. Yeah. We'll have to see though. To see if that works out for him. Whereas Portuguese, they're going to be sending colonial militia now. Maybe in preparation for a probable Zulu attack. Probably one of the only times you ever see Portuguese actually send a ship in an Age 1 is when they're scared that they're going to take a big hit from an enemy. And that could be pretty good for Zulu actually if they could force him to actually put the resources into sending those militia, because that would cost him a good amount of food and coin to actually ship out from his TC. They have 400 of each, I think. And that would definitely deny him of FF. Because FF would basically be stalled. Definitely be stalled if he could do that. So he's going to be going up with the Artisan, so Quartermaster for him. Let's see what sort of library build does Zulu go with. I don't know, he's housed right now though. Oh, so he's going to start out with Palisade Wall, which is the library blue tech number 1. Question is he going to go for 2 blues, or is he going to go for 1 blue, 1 yellow, and 1 red? It's always interesting to see. I mean, at this point, he could technically go for blue too, but you're going to be behind and getting into blue. Oh, he went for the balance stops. Alright, so he already had yellow and red already done. He's going to be making a Kanda now. Unfortunately, because of the way how population and spawns works, he has to wait for this Akanda to come down before he can even use these youth, or else they'll just turn into a unit and die, apparently. Yeah, because they won't fit the pop space. It's a really weird mechanic. Now, the old Zulu Zerg style setup of training units didn't suffer from that. You could be over-popped in youth and still be able to turn them into stuff, but with the new sort of spawn system they created for them, now that doesn't work quite as much. Yeah, fortunately. I wonder what it would take to go back to the old Zulu sort of spawn system. You know, the really micro-intensive one. But make the units like a little bit cheaper or something. That could be interesting. Because a lot of people say that they lost a lot of their strength when they lost the old training system. Because now they're basically forced to adhere to population rules now that they didn't have to before. Before, if you had the little youth, you could turn them into something at any time you wanted. Now you have to wait for the pop to be available or else they won't spawn. But there are some exceptions though, like for the units that still use the old Zulu maturing system, like gunpowder units, like Ascari, escorts, also artillery. That's still you could still override the population count though. Right, so if you're 200 pop and you have 20 youth, you can still make like 20 mound guns, which is really cool, really nice. It's really awesome actually. And for a civ like the Zulu that is strong in like modern tactics, having those 20 cans can really just give them the game at that point. He hasn't sent and done it yet. He's mostly setting up for crates and units. Pretty standard Zulu tactic. Now Portuguese, are you going to push through him? Because you could actually deny him an FF, potentially. If you sort of attack now. If you don't attack his FF, you are not going to be able to deny him that, see, if he had like a bunch of extra firebrands and he went to one of his town centers, you could actually maybe make him discourage him from FFing. And that could stall out his game a little bit more and give him a shot to wear him down a bit. I remember during one of the World Jamborees back in the day, I had to deal with Mouse King, I think, who was using Portuguese against my Zulu. It wasn't fun. It was on a much different map than this, though, so I think here it goes a lot differently. So Portuguese not exactly going for the FF just yet. They're sort of holding back now to go for some more market technologies, it seems like. Barracks. So he isn't exactly going up with the FF right away, though, even though he technically could right now. He could have gone straight to the FF, into the monks, into the gunsmith, and gotten those cacadores for free. And from there he'd be able to go cacadore, halberdier, cacadore, and then GG. Also, we need to pay attention to what Zulu are doing as well. Like, what's their plan? So he's actually going for library red 2, so infantry mobility. For Zulu, the red techs will make the military move faster, in addition to progressing them along the African military tech tree. So he also gets some free MP from this as well, which is nice. Nice little side bonus. I don't know how this fight's gonna go down. It looks like the timer is moving along pretty quickly though, so I don't think it's a long holdout for him. There's gonna be some big fight somewhere and somebody's gonna lose really badly, and I couldn't tell who it is, but my bets are on Portuguese winning, pulling off an easy win here. Because, well, they're the Portuguese, and that's what they do. The Portuguese, to me, are a low-skill civilization, honestly. Recent Wars Liberty, I think they're kind of a low-skill civ. Doesn't take a lot of effort to use them. You just need to defend your TCs against some tower zone. There's really not much they can do to pressure you that hard. Might be wrong about that. Maybe they are kind of tricky to macro properly, but yeah, even with the free fishing ships, Portuguese never really struggled for resources. So let's look at the Zulu comp a bit. They got mostly spearmen, they got an MP, they got the Huron natives, they got some Impacity clubmen. Quite the mismatch of units. I do respect you going with the Wendat Mantlets though, because you are going to need a siege unit to deal with this. Question is to be pushing time though, because now you got them ready to send the gunsmith with their 6 cacadores. You probably should have pushed slightly sooner before he clicked up, and maybe then you could have discouraged him from clicking up. And that would have probably disoriented him enough to maybe do something. No, he is actually seasoned quite well though. Do admit that. Siege-wise, he is performing well. Get that town center up there if you can. You see it? Can his enemy see it? That's what I was wondering. Yeah, I don't think he potentially saw that in time. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he just lost his Russian momentum right now, though, to all these towers and PCs. Yep, zero skill Portuguese does it again, I guess. Yeah, just think of it though, all these towers, all these consoles, how are you actually supposed to muster the siege to deal with that in an effective way? Not counting unit shipments like cacadores and halberdiers or even foot artillery now, since Portuguese get falconets. Yeah, it's definitely not good. Definitely not good at all. It really doesn't matter anymore that you have the maplets. The skirmishers are just really nasty to do. Is he going to ambush him? Oh yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I like that. That was a good ambush. Yeah, good ambush from Zulu. That was actually quite a good ambush. He tries to actually take some of the Kakadores out, which is quite nice. Let's see if we can take the Owens out actually, because he's got him on the run. Yep, yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that was a pretty good raid, I think. He raided them quite effectively, I think, all things considered. As Library Yellow Tech 2 is coming in. Yeah, that was actually not a bad attack at all, honestly, you know. He got quite a few of the skirmishers destroyed. Retreat now, okay. I just don't understand why he's attacking with the manblets alone now. Because, you know, you really need to think smart about how you're going to attack now that he is an age ahead of you. Has extra towers. He could get them up to guard towers if he wanted to. Something else you gotta keep in mind, right? Well, just think of it, if he gets this 1k wood, he could actually buff these towers up even more with their first upgrade. Which could be quite devastating, in fact. But right now, just worry about the halberdiers and Kakadores, I guess. Yeah. Well, first thing he's going to do is he's going to go right for the trading post here and deny him any sort of more Huron natives. Or Wendat natives, rather. Good idea. I mean... Well, the thing that bothers me a bit, though, is he actually never got to utilize the Rhodes Colossus to actually capture all these other native settlements, because he could have done some serious Wendat tactics here to counteract the Portuguese, perhaps. And maybe all those maplets and trackers could have actually made a real difference against these European units. How's he doing food-wise? Is he, I don't know why he hasn't actually taken this moose down here yet. Does he know about the moose? Yeah, he does know about the moose. I would have went for the moose already and maybe tried to take advantage of that. But in general, I mean, you're in a pretty bad spot right now because your opponent has double the score you do. And his units are way better than yours right now. I mean, Halberdier or Kakador, that beats Impy pretty easily. Yeah. Yep, you're good. I know that Sebas likes the Zulu civilization, so I can guess why he went with them. He likes the Civ in general. I like the Civ too. I think it's a fun Civ to play as, you know. And I feel bad that he had to go with Zulu against Portuguese, because Portuguese is such a zero-skill civilization to me that, you know, I wish your opponent was a little bit more nicer to you than that. If he went like Haiti or he went Russia or something, that could have been a worthwhile watch. But if you're going to go Portuguese against a Civ that needs to rush, man, that's kind of a lame move to do to him. Very lame move. Very lame move indeed. So we can move on to the next encounter now. We'll see what the next one is coming up. Let's see here. Let's wait in the next one. Where everyone's enjoying what they're seeing so far today. I'll say we've gotten some pretty funky. We've gotten a good diversity of civs, which I always like to see. You know, people are picking different civs, which is nice. Got some Africans, got some Native Americans, got some Europeans, Anglophonies. So people are Asians as well. Oh, Mexicans, nice, Mexican. Oh, but that's not good. Glad to see that. That's bad. Talk about cutting the stream short. Yeah, I don't like that. I wanted to see Mexicans. Hopefully that doesn't happen for the other one. That'd be pretty bad. See if that does. Oh, so these are the... Yeah, these are the same ones, right? Same matches, right? Yeah, that's weird. Ethiopians versus the Koreans. That's kind of weird. Like, why did they change civs? Why did they change civilizations, though? That doesn't make any sense. Like, you know what I mean? I was looking forward to a good Mexico match here, but that's alright. I mean, Koreans are cool too, and Ethiopian. I just want to get a readout right now. What are we getting here from the Ethiopians? Oh, yep, we're getting Goa Migration deck. So this is a la carte style monstrosity here. Yeah, we're going to see this again. And we're going to see Ethiopian Star being used with the Camel Riders probably too. So, you know, be on the lookout for that. If you like to see the Goa Migration strategy with Ethiopians, this is probably going to be a match for you. I just wish they had a match too that I could watch. Because I don't see any of the stuff that they gave me. You know. Alright, let's see what these kids have in store for us today. How about deck-wise? Like, oh, he actually has quite a few Korean decks. Interesting. I don't always think of Kazan as the Korea main, really. So I'm surprised he has quite a few decks for them. Should be interesting to see what sort of strategy he goes with. Because MCMR and Kazan, they're definitely very seasoned Moore's Liberty players, you know. A lot of the matchups we've seen so far, there's been a lot of, I guess, lower-end matchups, I guess. But these two, they're going to actually put on a pretty good show for us, I think. So he'll be starting out with exotic hardwoods. Interesting. He doesn't go for any villager shipments. Pretty interesting. His H2 looks pretty standard. Same with H3, H4. Yeah, he now definitely knows how to utilize the Korean home city well. Ethiopia. Interesting. I never thought of this philosophy before, going with the Goa migration. You can use trade network to get trading posts from your porters. It's actually worth a shot, I think. I mean, I should probably try that. And in fact, it gives you a trading post porter to start with. And you could technically use this porter too to also build another trading post. But he will opted to go for a apartment instead. Which, at this stage of the match, is totally fine. I can see why you would want to have some extra population to play around with. But then again, if you're going library blue, why not get another TP? And, be able to send the Montañas first, followed by the Degradados. Those nice extra statted pistoleros. That's what I would have done. I would have tried to take advantage of as much shipments as I possibly could. Especially since I know as Ethiopia, it's a little bit slow to get up started, but when it comes again population that you need. It's really the mid and late game with Ethiopia when yeah, so he's gonna be now he's going for the yellow library techs. These are the stronger ones for the Ethiopians because they deliver food crates and they really enable them to boom up in age and ramp up very quickly. Yeah, these are quite good. And 700 wood, pretty good. It's gonna get a red one as well. I think that would be red level 1. Yeah, I mean, at this point, interesting. What I find interesting is he's actually going up more economically. Like, he's totally fine with doing a one villager wonder build. I think it might be by the fact that he knows, yeah, he's going Ethiopians, he's definitely going to be taking his time. The worst thing that could happen is I could receive an attack from pistoleros in the Degradado shipment. That's really the biggest threat I have militarily right now. And he will start to ship out some of the Dangpa spearmen, because he does really want to start attacking Ethiopia now. You let Ethiopia learn for too long and they can really, really cause you some problems. I like how he's already starting to work a bit on this trading post here, though. You know what I mean? Get some XP for yourself from that down TP and deny him the XP he's going to need to get those essential mid-game cards. Right? Oh, he's going to be shipping in an additional 600 wood crates, though, because he's going to need it to build some infrastructure, most likely, to defend himself. That's what it looks like right now. Definitely going to need some defensive infrastructure for a potential Korean push. And he is also sending library Yellow Tech 2, which will give him a very whopping number of food crates in return. To give him access to more market technologies. And moving him that much closer to a balanced capital age agent. Balance in terms of library text, that is. Like, you're not going for one particular path, like blue path, yellow path, red path. You're going for a combination of different paths. The spearmen are just what he needs to tap out that TP of his. Oh, so he's going for the Tiger card, the Lord of the Mountains. This is such a lovely little card for Koreans. 3 tigers. But it gives him like a build limit of like 5. So you basically can build armies of like 5 tigers for free alongside your normal units. It's quite an effective technology overall because those tigers actually deal a fair amount of damage to units, especially infantry. And also forms of low HP shock units as well. So maybe your Zinglins or your Cossacks could actually, or your Uhlans could actually take a bit of damage from them. And also the train rate is actually not bad as well. Yeah, basically the spawn rate of these tigers isn't that slow either. Yeah, he's probably going to go for some sort of a spearman push, I would think. And blanket filters, so a bit of a mining focus as well. Feudalism. Interesting, so it's like a British house boom. I should consider that as well, feudalism. That's a pretty interesting choice. Acts like the British. Now, what I wonder is it a one-time muster, or does it work for... Oh, nice. We'll have to see that. We'll have to see if it works retroactively to other apartments as well. If he builds another apartment, that is. He really doesn't need to build any more apartments for the rest of the game, because any blue text that he gets for defense will basically give him the population he needs at his apartments to reach the 200 max cap, I think. Building a tower right now for defense, good choice. And mostly camel riders, Nathaniels, and bowmen. Pretty good. Oh, nice. Honestly, it doesn't really matter with the tigers as much, because the tigers are free and you get them back so quickly. You may as well go for some risky plays with them, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, as long as you're not in a big fight with your whole army, then you might want to save the tigers for something useful. Charging with one or two of the tigers to do some scale work is not the worst idea, honestly, since it's a free unit. You know, I can't complain about anyone losing their tigers as the Koreans, because they're such an easy unit to get back. Oh, he's building his own towers now. Interesting. Pulling his own resources to get more towers. I think he's playing more of a safe approach than Alucard did. See, Alucard being Alucard, just went all in with the FF and go a migration boom without much worry about what I might do. Whereas MCMR is playing more safe, I think, with it, and trying to tower up a bit before he goes for anything like that. And going for some of a bit more of the balance progression with the Civ in their library text. What's going on up? Ooh, nice. You can see a bit of a tiger raid. I can't say in the real world if getting mowed by 4 tigers would be that easy for a civilian. It must be made of some strong leather or something. Jeez, look at that. That's a long time for a man to fall to 4 tigers. Guy must be a warrior or something. But, as I said before, if you want to do some raiding, some scouting with your tigers as Korea, happily do it, because you will get them back for free so quickly with this training rate that it's almost a bonus and an advantage to you to do so. Now he's ready to age up at the Heinze Temple. This contains a bunch of technologies mainly, like a wide variety of improvements, of all sorts of improvements in fact. You got farming improvements that boost your rice paddies, you get improvements that lets you see the fog of war around all the trees on the map, one that lets your buildings heal themselves quicker, ones that gives your infantry more armor, more range and attack to your jungle cavalry, and a general HP boost for all your military units, and an attack boost to your artillery, plus other ones. It's really just like a big giant university. And in terms of area 3, it'd be kind of like a blacksmith, I guess, but yeah, it's like a blacksmith and a university put together. Has a lot of useful text. And Koreans actually get access to the standard European arsenal text too through this card here, Western Learning. The catch is that it only costs faith though, so you have to actually pray to get those texts. Other than that though, it gives you some nice stats, especially to your Gungo cavalry. So he will be shipping in some artillery yet, so his Trunk-Tongs and his Watches. Watches first to deal with the infantry and probably his Trunk-Tongs as a defensive measure against any potential revolving cannons or mound guns. Wheelbarrow is coming in now, or it's called Civil Servants. Basically it grants them more gathering rate for all natural resources. Japanese allies, that's pretty good consulate option for Korea. It makes your units cheaper to train, including the consulate units themselves, which is kind of unbelievable, but and they also have access to samurai as well. He actually has armies of Kie and samurai available at this stage. He's also going to be adding some Mapuche Ironwood Clubmen as well. So a bit of a native acquisition as well from him. I think he's just banking up to get the Kie Samurai consulate army myself. At least what I think anyways. So Ethiopia right now, they're not really quite going up to the next military level yet. Just sticking around with unupgraded camel riders and Neptenia right now mainly. They actually made some bowmen as well, so yeah, made a bit of anti-line unit. Pretty good combination, I would say. Get somebody needs right now. We do see the beginning of market technologies coming in. It's like slope mining and skidding, I believe. Skidding, yep. Benefit dollars. Yeah, African market techs work a bit differently. They benefit two different gather rates instead of just one. Like slope mining would benefit mining and wood tree and tree cutting. Whereas skidding would benefit berry gathering and wood chopping, and then the bird snares one, which would be the hunting one, benefits not only hunting but also mining. Oh, so interesting. He's using the Huachas to go after the infantry. Interesting. How about his export? Where's he planning to do it? Oh, so yeah, now he's sending the samurai and the Kies, and nice. Good. To be able to back up the camel riders a bit with those, yeah. The Kies, these are veteran Kies, keep in mind. So they're actually going to dish out quite a bit of damage to his infantry. Yep, perfect arrival by the Japanese consulate units. You know, he came just in the nick of time for him. Just in the nick of time. Now he's looking pretty good right now, militarily, keeping Ethiopia at bay. Yep. But you gotta watch out for these things. Somewhere they're the snaring those, so... Yep, Spearman as well. Yeah, good job. Good job, Korea. You're keeping Ethiopia in their place right now. Nice. And then the Tigers are gonna come in. Oh. Cool. Nice. Very good indeed. No, I like the fact that he's actually getting some pressure on to his villagers now. This is really good for Korea. They're actually keeping Ethiopia off of their food economy, which is quite good at this stage in the match. And the Tigers now will be able to pressure his Ascari. Yep. The Tigers will actually be able to kill his Ascari without much of a challenge, honestly. Because Look at this attack, 24 attack. These are basically the same as Zinglins, but they don't have any unit tags besides like hand infantry and pet. So, oh yeah, they pretty solid unit. I mean, oh cool, look at this. Look at this rating. That does make a huge difference when you're losing that many bills and they're not gathering and where they're supposed to. What I do want to see now is there was like the resource count on the, see, yeah, they do have quite a bit of resources though. Alright, yeah, retreat while you can, because you know something's coming, you don't know what it is, but oh, fire cattle, yeah, fire cattle, good unit. He's gonna have to make sure he defends these though and puts them in the right spot, because if he doesn't, he could end up losing them pretty easily. That's my only peeve with those, is make sure you get them right around here, like right here, or right here. So you need to do as much damage with those as you possibly can. They're a maximum building casualty unit. If you can't get those sieges in with them, they're just a waste of resources. And you're better off making archers or spears. Yeah, so get them in here, get them, like, some of those military is not likely to respond to them quick enough. The advantage of the fire cattle over petards is that they don't have any animation. As soon as they make contact with the building, they explode. And you'll be able to take those buildings down. Huh, what's Korea got in mind? What are they doing? I might actually be going for Industrial Age, which Hungry Pokans, that might actually be something they're planning right now. I would just be sure to wait a second, so what about Ethiopia? Does he know he has fire cattle though? He doesn't. One thing I would say is you want to keep those fire cattle out of the battlefield until you're ready to use them, because so he's actually going to Industrial Age himself. Yep, we're going for a bit of a scouting raid with his tigers, it looks like, see what's going on. He knows he has enough tenures, right? He doesn't know about the Ormos yet, I don't think. And that could be, yeah, he needs to find out about those around there. Oh, he's going with the Goa migration with only one town center. I don't know about that. I would try to get at least 2, maybe 3, even 4 town centers out before I send that. Because he's an Industrial Age with, yeah, he doesn't have the card. It's a Portuguese diplomat card that, gives you +1 town center, giving Ethiopia access to 4 town centers by age 4. Because, remember, Africans gain 1 town center per age up starting in age 3. So by age 4, they can have up to 4 town centers, right? And by age 5, in period, they can have up to 5 town centers. Which is kind of insane, mind you. Quite good, actually. Yeah, good, he's making more town sales, that's good. He's also starting to focus on his lot gathering rates. This is the second farming upgrade for the Ethiopians, fantail, for their mill. See, Africans, they don't build like a normal mill, they build these little depletable resource farms around the mill, the granary. That's how they get their food. Oh, nice. Korea's going to be going up with the Pyongyang Gate, so he's going to be getting some nice, see, I think that Korea could actually win here if they're very careful of how they execute this thing. Yep. 9 scout units. 9 scout units. going to be able to add another Japanese consulate army too pretty soon, and by the time he gets his shipping up, he should be able to get the Hongyi Po cannons he needs to win this. Yeah, the Hongyi Po's will definitely give him a win, I think, combined with those fire cattle. Because with the fire cattle, you could run those into these towers and basically decapitate the center of his base. And you could even start blowing up some of these apartments as well and depopulating them. But now, unfortunately, MCMR has exposed his Oromos. He did actually lose one as well to these nifty tigers. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a problem for Marcos. Is now your enemy knows that you're making some sort of assault cavalry as well now. So not making it the way that you shipped a couple. So now you can plan his strategy around that. Yeah, I don't know about this. Like town center on top of town center. Quite an interesting situation. Can you save that town center? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I mean, I probably would have just tried to save my natives for later myself. But, whatever you feel comfortable. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. He could actually go in for a push at any time, like right now. And his army would be divided, distracted over here. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to... That was a diversion. But he's not going to fall for it, though. He knows, because of this, unfortunately, this explorer exposed him. And I don't know if he put that there on purpose as sort of a bug that you can't remove to know, hey, I know when he's coming into my base. But at the same time, that protects his town center from falling, and that gives him a thorn in his side he has to deal with now. So he's definitely taking map control very seriously. Kazan indeed controls majority of the map right now. Majority of the mines and a good number of the hunts left on the map as well. So it's really, I think it's their game to lose right now, because I don't think they can... Korea, they're in a really good spot right now of beating us then. And he's going to be adding natives in, he's going to be making huachas, he's going to be shipping in Hongyi Po cannons and consulate armies. I think he could even... Wait a second, he might even be able to get his Kanyo cannons with furies from the consulate. Stalling them out even more with these emergency units, it looks like. Exactly what he needs. Oh, look at this. I don't know. I mean, I would have saved the fire. Is he gonna? Yeah, he's gonna retreat those. He's like, yeah, I'm not ready to push this yet, though. Oh my, cool! He's actually using natives to put a second front here. I thought he was gonna mix it in with his initial army, but you know, he could actually put him in a serious jam right here. Alright, forcing him to deviate infantry onto this side of the map, yeah. Opting for the infinite Huacha shipment. Alright, that works. Oh yeah, he's pressing him on this side of him. Oh, and these Zapotecs and Mapuche, they'll definitely be able to siege that, yep. Ethiopia has to act real fast now because they're losing map control very badly right now. He's gonna lose his second town center now. Unless he moves his army over to this side of the map, he's gonna lose his town center. He's gonna try to make a comeback with dum-dum bullets for his Neptunias to give him some splash damage. And he's gonna try to ship in some Nihal Safaris, which are basically a strong anti-skirm and anti-artillery unit. Yeah, look at these natives go. The combination of Zapotecs and Ironwoods. Not with these infantry are not enough. And you know what the problem is? The problem is he has not had any time to upgrade his Netanya's beyond the veteran upgrade yet. These are still veteran styled upgrades on his Netanya. He only got the first gun upgrade and the first body armor upgrade on him, so indeed his military is behind in terms of tech tree. Because as you see here, these are guard level natives. So in terms of hit points, they do statistically fairly well against his line infantry. Even losing some villagers here to the natives. At this point, Ethiopia is either going to do something really wild to pull off an upset, or Korea is just going to swallow them whole just through map control, because he just lost his forward town center onto this mine, and these hunts are now in danger. He has no huntable food he can rely on anymore. Best thing he can do is maybe hope that this tower could do something, but yeah, he basically just lost all his meat, basically. Korea can keep gathering meat at an incredible speed. Now you're starving on food, farm food, basically. Another Huacha shipment coming in from that infinite card. Another Huacha shipment. Denied tower, denied. Tower is denied. And now you're forcing him to go back to this front. He's going to lose the cantonment too. That cantonment is going down. Give you some insane XP too. Gonna raid those villagers, and you got so much wood now and food it doesn't even matter. You can just afford to go to front him at this point with the natives. Yep, go right into the farms. That's gonna hurt. Ouch. Nice. Boom. Another one. Get that. Boom. 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 Maybe a boom. Bad boom, bad boom. 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 Yep, boom. These things are going down really quick. Boom. Boom. Everything is just blowing up. Oh, boy. Jesus. Look at that. You're lighting up the Ethiopian base more than the Gaza Strip right now. Look at that. Jeez. Look at that. Look at... Oh. Go again. Yep. Yep. Oh. Watch this. Let's go. Let's go. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yeah, the Koreans just did a wonderful job here. Look at that. I wish every match we got in was like this, you know? Every match we got was exactly like this, basically. And it's really painful for me that they were not able to deliver a second match to me. Because this is a really good matchup, a really good encounter matchup between the two. This should have been recorded, man. This encounter, this should have been recorded fully. Because if they can do really neat stuff like that here, you want all your games and your tournaments to work exactly like this. Just really even-footed, hardcore competitive play like that. Yeah, Koreans are gone at this point. I mean, they slowly just lose to the natives and the main military force coming in from all sides. The mountain artillery the mountain guns trying to make a bit of a comeback, but even being heavy cannons, that's just not going to cut it for you. You're going to slowly lose out to the so many natives, in fact, that they just swarm you, and your cannon shots are just not going to connect anymore. Yeah, yep, yeah, you're going at this point. Yep, look at that. Totally gone. Completely severed. Completely severed. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Pretty bad to be on the Ethiopian side and seeing your base light up like that. All that time it took, and all those porters it took to build that mega base up, and then to see all those little burning cows come in and blow everything up. Yeah, that's quite a morale crusher, I would say. And here's the canals. These are basically the same as flaming arrows in vanilla, only now they've been reskinned to look like actual European cannons now to fit the modern Meiji Restoration Japan. And that's a GG. That's a GG for Ethiopia. Now what this means is, from a scoring standpoint, this means that Kazan actually was able to score a leg up on MCMR, which we don't know exactly if he beat him the second time, but that definitely shows you his level of competitiveness is definitely competent. Yep, Kazan is definitely an enemy to be reckoned with, because MCMR is like a high elo player in Definitive Edition too, so to see him pull that off is actually quite interesting. So we have 3 more encounters left. You got Choi and Fufu, me and Attorney, and then you got the big, last but not least, you got the 3-match one at the end. Yeah, it's funny how that ended up being the last one they were going to do. Alright, so let's see what we got here. For some reason, when Choi handed me these ones, he gave me his encounters as separate from the zip file. I don't know why. Doesn't matter too much, I don't think, but it's an interesting thing to keep in mind. So we got Zulu versus Australia. 2 native-based Russian Sins. Not in terms of like Native American culture, but some of those more tribalistic spear and stick civs, really. Should be interesting because none of these civs really uses hand cavalry. Their shark units are all on foot. Wait a minute, I'm thinking of Polynesians. My bad. Australians do get white cavalry because they're an Anglophone civ. Now, if they decide to ever make the Aboriginals part of the Polynesian culture, separate from the Australians, then yeah, they'd probably get fighters, but they actually get white cavalry. Now that should be an interesting matchup if they ever do that, is Zulu versus Maori. That could be an interesting matchup, but we'll have to stick with this one for now. Starting out with the fur trader like I usually do, and then moving into the convict laborers afterwards. Always get that fur trader in first because their hunting rate is much better than that of the pioneers. Or in this case, the laborers. So now it looks like, 1 second, I gotta wait a second.
Yes?
Commandment?
Heil?
Heil?
Commandment? Yes?
Ready?
Commandment? Yes.
Okay, I think we're ready to get back to business here. Just had to pick up a phone call. Should be able to continue now. So where did we leave off? So Australians were shipping in two fur traders, it looks like. Well, actually a fur trader and a shepherd's dog, actually. It's a bit of an optical illusion because both the cards' icons look exactly the same. This one's better for treasure gathering because it gives you another shepherd dog you can add to your mass. And as Australia, you actually get a pretty strong army of shepherd dogs. You get about 3 of them, in fact. So that gives you up to 4 explorers you can use to run around the map together and attack these treasure guardians with. Quite effective. Whereas Zulu have shipped in their 3 villagers as expected. And in addition, he has started to begin on their blue library technologies. There's that portion of it. Basically, I think in this matchup it's going to come down to, say, Boomerang versus Impy maybe, or Boomerang versus, I don't know, Clubman. It really depends, because Australia, they got 2 options. They can go for the Boomerang route, or they can go for the Bushranger route. Both have their distinct advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of going with some of the more native politicians, the Aboriginal ones, is that they're cheaper to make, and they only cost usually like food and wood. At least until you hit Imperial Age with the native policemen. Whereas the Australians, their units are more centered around being like outlaws, so they cost more population, also a combination of higher food and coin, but they are indeed slightly stronger than their normal units are. Not strong for their population spot by any chance, but rather just slightly stronger. Just like outlaws fit the saloon, you know. They're not supposed to be population-wise effective, but they are better to use. If you have the numbers, it gets the same number of a different unit, usually. Like Habsburg mercenaries, but inefficient, put it that way. So let's see what they actually go with here. King Wiramu, this is the Aboriginal politician. I think he's going to provide him some nice boomerangs to start with. And then from there, he can ship in more boomerangs, up to 10 of them. And then militia, then spontooners. And then he can start bringing in these crates, it looks like. He can also start using message stick as well. That's quite a good native option. And also, Now that the techs have been sorted out where Anglophores can actually get legendary natives now Australia has probably one of the better native civs in the game now, because they got so many improvements to their natives that they'll actually be able to utilize that to a great extent now in their games. Just to let you know, because before they had the dilemma that they couldn't actually get the legendary Imperial upgrade on their natives like the Europeans and the Latin Americans could. Now that's been fixed where they can actually. So looking forward to seeing some strong treaty game native builds for the Australians going forward. I think they might even have better native. Not really. Not very better than the Belgians because they get their own native stat-ins. But, yeah, so see, he's going to head up by his town, so just let him park in here and get some town center shots, then he can ship in some, Minutemen as well. See, he's playing a very he's using tactics here. He's running and circled the town center. So he gets up in here and gets busy shooting, and he's going to just take them out little by little with his own soldiers while he's busy taking down the town center. Now he's going to have to disengage with the siege first at some point. Else he's going to... Yeah, see, this could be very dicey for him actually. Oh, yep. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, see, yeah, that was devastating, but he did lose his army though. That's the other thing. Like, and then the dogs actually tank up a lot of the club damage from the opacity. Right, so that's pretty good. Oh, burn. So yeah, that's the thing though. I know Troy has done this in the past where he goes for an all-in town center rush with Zulu to try to snipe your town center. He did successfully snipe the town center, but in this situation where Australia could get a lot of free food from those sheep, and all they need really is to build a redoubt for 250 wood to get crate shipments again, was it really worth doing? Was it worth doing in the end? Because he could just keep resupplying boomerangs as needed, it looks like. Yep, and here comes his other dog coming. Yeah. Get those Minutemen out of there so he can get some nice shots out with them. Nice, nice. Now he's realizing, yeah, I better start hitting the Minutemen with these clubmen now, because they're really like one tap kill units right now. Oh, but look at this, this one Spontoon is doing so much damage, so. More boomerangs coming in, as well as the dogs are joining the fight again. Quite an interesting situation. See, exactly, all you have to do is build a redoubt, and then you can start getting those nice yield shipments in again to support yourself. I would have been cool with the light cavalry shipping as well in here somewhere. I wouldn't have had the wood. Actually, I would have said, you know what, screw fencing school. Message stick already does what I need to for that. For a lot more efficiency. And I could just add light cavalry in there. Because with that, then I could add like 3 scout units to this mass here. And then he's really not going to be able to overcome me again. Yeah, now Zulu, big problem for them. Because now he can't keep his matured units safe anymore. His matured units, in fact, will be slowly whittled away by these boomerang throwers, and even the dog bites are going to do a lot too. Yep. Good job Australia defending that. That was a good defense against the Zulu rush, but also a good Zulu rush from Troy as well. He did get the town center down. That was quite impressive. It's just that against this particular Civ matchup, it could be a little bit dicey because then again, boomerangs are quite an effective unit. They could kill a wide variety of things. They can kill scout units, they can kill skirmish units, they can kill line units, maneuver units. The only unit they struggle against heavily is assault units and artillery. But then again, if you have like isolated field guns or heavy cannons, a large number of boomerangs can actually one-shot them, actually. But in small numbers, boomerangs are actually quite useless, so it really depends on how quick you get them out and how much trees you have. It's kind of a fancy unit, you know?
Yes.
Not used to the stuff you're normally making. Yeah, good job though from Australia in that defense. They just killed that army, which was their main goal. Because by killing his army, they killed Troy's tempo, and by killing his tempo, he had no way of capitalizing on the loss of his opponent's town center. That's what won that share of the game was. Saying, yeah, you might be able to burn my TC. That is actually quite devastating, because I can't train villages, I lose a very important defensive piece of my base. But I will ensure I crush your army, so that when that town center is gone, you have no way of attacking my remaining villages left. They can get right back to work as soon as you're dead. So economically, I'm on par with what I was with before. And now you have a missing army. And I still have my army that I can keep adding to, which in turn ends up being to an advantage. Now expected advantage, but an advantage nonetheless. Now he's just gonna be sieging the town center, it looks like. Yep, now he's gonna be sieging around the town center. Yeah, at this point, I mean, oh yeah, now he's even adding in the saw in, the cross-cut saw, which will basically give his wood gathering enough boost to actually contain a constant queue of these spontaneous or boomerangs, depending on what he wants. Many people don't think of this, but these shepherd dogs in the early game actually act as forms of cavalry, because they have a really good speed, and they actually deal a good amount of hand damage against light infantry units like bowmen or skirmishers, right? So you can actually team up on low numbers of like skirmish units with them, making them basically like weak cavalry. And that's going to be a GG for Troy in his first match. Now we're going to have to see how he does in the second match, right? That was an exciting match. It was short but exciting, you know. You just didn't know who was going to come on top there, and that was a good Civ matchup. Definitely was impressed by both sides. Now this is going to be match 2. And this will be on Hudson Bay, hopefully. Oh, wait a second. Is this Hudson Bay or is this, Jesus. This is a tiebreaker match.
See?
Why didn't they record game 2? This is pretty weird. Well, I don't know. I mean, they probably just forgot to record the second match. It is nice to see a change of scenery for once, though. You will get to see a full 3-match encounter at the end, though, after mine. After this game and then my 2 matches in my encounter. You'll be able to see a full 3-match one in this map. So we got the Portuguese and the Swedish that could be an interesting matchup, actually. You know, they both have their own broomy qualities. I'm actually not disappointed in that matchup at all. Yep, so we'll have to see how that goes. I mean, it really depends on how strongly Fufi can pressure the Portuguese, I guess. Because the thing is, if you can get a lot of allotments of Beverlingers, you can actually get some good seeds from them. Beverlingers are a very, very good, basically a very good line unit. And they're different than standard line infantry because they include elements of partisans in with their stats. Like they cost food and wood, they have a stronger multiplier, they also have higher siege. So they're actually quite similar to pikemen in many ways. And that's something he's going to be able to take advantage of here if he can be quick on his feet and pushing. He will start with Colbertism to get a nice food trickle. Deck-wise, a lot of economics here, but still he can send some Rangers, some Hussars, cheaper unit upgrades, so he's playing economically safe. He's probably going to be taking advantage of Nobel Prize as well, I can imagine. As the Portuguese, they're not going to ship out the raid yet unless he's really concerned about getting raided. He needs a colonial militia, right? Yeah, it's pretty rare for Portuguese to go for any Age 1 shipments unless they're doing so defensively. Typically. Now, if they had a card like Sartorius in the Definitive Edition, that could definitely be something that Portuguese would send, but they didn't get that here. They were going to the right, yep, Core Master, 401. What about the Swedes? What are the Swedes going to get? Hunting Dogs also coming out, good choice. The Clergymen, so this is going to give them a church and some, I think faith crates maybe, yeah, I think faith crates in a church maybe. Interesting. Now for Swedish, he may actually be going for a cavalry strategy if he's doing that, because what does the church have? It has the Hof Annex, and the Hof Annex has a lovely Dower Horse technology that lets us change our cavalry's coin cost with the wood cost. So we could be seeing, oh nice! I think we might be seeing a Dower Horse cavalry strategy from Fufi today. Yeah, he's going for sawmills and he's going for gang saw. And if he goes for Norland logging next, you know he's going for something with Dower horses. And then from there you could even go up and get Addlesters with the Dower horse wood cost. Addlesters being basically Swedish cuirassiers now. Actually, they got a different name now. I forget what it's. They got a different name, but it's the same model. Basically, they used to be like a mounted skirmisher, basically, with a sword that killed both maneuver and heavy units. Now it's more centered on being a cuirassier, that you can still add the anti-heavy infantry in later using the Comus Varja shipment. Oh, he's going to be building a forward barracks, so maybe some pressure coming from Chori. Does have his free little fishing ship up here, being the Portuguese. And now, is going to be building a Hof Annex. And with those 3 Hof Annex, he'll be able to research Dower horses, which I think he's going to do. I can't see another reason why somebody would actually go with the clergyman, because religion is so weak these days, you know. It's good to see when religion actually makes a comeback every now and then, though. Just like when Kaiser went with his Romanian faith strategy. That was, you saw me using that in multiple matches. That was actually a good build. But Dow horses, I knew about that for a long time. I used to use Dow horses a lot. See, what I think he's going to do, he's going to go for coin next or Norwin logging. Yep, he's going to go for Norwin logging. And with Norwin logging, he is going to get his wood up, and he's going to decide what to do from there. Like, if he thinks he can go for a Hussar Mass to overpower him, he probably will. See, he already has a sawmill up, by the way, so, oh, he's going for the torque now. But he does not have the advanced torque card, though. So he's not going to be able to take advantage of cheaper allotments of beveling himself. That's one thing he won't be doing. And now he's probably going to start to build his sawmill now. Sawmill number 2. Ranger's coming though, so I mean, he's going to be going for a push like it looks like he is. Yeah, but, yeah, I mean, yeah. Definitely a Portuguese disadvantage right now because they're going to be fighting against volunteers, which deal multipliers against this unit class. Yep. He is going to get another group of them out too before that barracks comes down. It's kind of interesting seeing Portuguese go for the Ordenanca rush. You don't always see those. But they can actually be really devastating though. He is going to be stripping in more of his rangers to deal with the Ordenancas though. Yeah, these things can be pretty deadly to deal with. Quite devastating. I think he's just distracting them right now though, honestly. Stalling them out a bit. It's rare to see Portuguese be so aggressive like that. It's kind of refreshing though, because you know, with Portuguese you usually see them do these super boomy defensive strategies that are impossible to deal with. So this is the dilemma with the game we saw before though. You might be going for an all-in siege to town center rush, but can you follow up with that? Can you follow up with that type of a strategy? And I honestly don't know if you can follow up with that type of a strategy against the Swedish, because what can the Swedish do? They can get wood like that, like instantly get wood. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and then you delay your own capital age acquisition. It's going to be shipping some line infantry in the deal for as well. Yeah, I don't know though, because Fluffy still has all the food he needs to keep making rangers. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that was... And he could actually just keep... Yeah, he's just going to build a redoubt for now and just keep making rangers. You gave him a really good hint of what he has to do now. Just spam rangers and go for your forward barracks. That's all he has to do at this point, and then he can even ship in more redoubts, because he has the infinite redoubt shipment. Doesn't even need to send crates, he just needs to fortify his position really well. And now he's going to have to defend home, looks like. Oh, he's going for another redoubt, yeah. I just wish that he would have saw that the... Is this Stanza being protected? Yeah, he's going to turn back, I think, and just say, you know, let's protect home first, and then we can deal with deal with him. He also, does he even know about this barrack? Yeah, he hasn't even explored this part of the map yet, so he doesn't even know about the exact location of the forward barracks yet. Oh, he's going for Midsummer. That'll give his villagers better stats, if I recall. Yep. Yep, he'll have better stats on his settlers now. Basically like an extra market upgrade on his hit points. This is actually kind of interesting. I wonder what's going to happen here. I don't know. I mean, I think Swedish can defend against this. I feel like pretty confident they can defend against. I think Troy's played his hand the wrong way here because he thought, yeah, I might be able to pressure him out of his. It almost seems like another miscalculation from game one. Of, yeah, I can burn your town center and I can send you into a panic, but can I follow up on that? That's the question. Can I follow up on that? Interesting. So he's going to put a readout here. Is that from a wagon? Or is that from a villager? Because right now, that map is part of the map is under assault from the Swedish right now. So I don't know. He did switch the volunteers though to match him tit for tat right now in terms of combo. Is he going to be able to sneak that in there? He's probably going to, yep, he sees it in his line of sight. He did take a shot at it. Oh, he's going forward, but he's going for a tower rush onto his position. Can Troy, yeah, Troy can definitely see these being built. What is this tower rush? This is like Age of Empires 2 level combat of tower rushing. Quite interesting, you know? It's not every day you see a tower rush in an Age of Empires 3 game. Tower rushing is rarely a concept you ever see. Here it works because in War's Liberty, the towers do know how to attack buildings. So you actually could target this town center with these outposts if you want. Is it possible? Yeah, I think again, Fufu's going to win the Battle Town Center again. And he's not protecting these hunts up here. He's going to be able to shoot these hunts down and take those out. Troy just miscalculated this entire map control game too. He miscalculated his rush and he miscalculated his map control. And now he's going to face the music for it now, it looks like. Maybe is. Well, now he's probably gonna go to town center at some point and just capital age at some point. He definitely has the means of doing so now. I don't think Portuguese are dead yet if they play smart. But what they are gonna do though is they are gonna end up having to stick it out at home now. And that pressure game the Portuguese were depending on that early on is now, oh wait a second, we see Grenadiers coming out, so it looks like Fufu just wants to go for the kill right now. And he's just going to make a large mass of Grenadiers. Supported by the volunteers, by the way. But now he knows where the forward barracks is, unfortunately, for Chori. And he is going to build a stable as well, and he's going to think, maybe we can switch to Hussars now. Even though resource-wise, he doesn't necessarily have the coin yet to do so. It's definitely a good choice to go to Hussars at this point, because you're not going to win in infantry anymore. You don't have the massive volunteers needed. You don't get Grenadiers, and flying infantry or Ordinanca is not going to work. So if you're going to defend at this point, you definitely need to get into Hussar massing. And a lot of them too. At least until he gets smart enough not to have Beveringers in yet. Yeah, that's gonna... I think this is the beginning of the end for Portuguese because, you know, I think he gave up his booming game really badly to go for an attack that didn't end up working. He could have definitely out-boomed him and went for capital age. I would have done that. I would have went for capital age and shipped in 7 Cacadoras, sent the Ornakas in them with veteran upgrades and went full in them. And maybe some sort of foot artillery as well. Because with Portuguese, they're not exactly an aggro serve. They're really more geared towards booming and defending. If you're going to go aggressive with Portuguese and do an Ornananka attack, you need to make sure that the serve can't bounce back. But as Swedish, just because of the way the sawmills work, they can bounce back relatively quickly in a way that kind of denies the value of doing that. Yeah, it definitely looks like a shoe-in for Fufi at this point. The Grenadiers can definitely handle the town center. Yep, here we go. Here we go. He just doesn't... Oh, he's gonna try to flank him with, the tower. He's gonna flank him with towers. This is a madman here. Goofy is a madman. He's gonna try to surround him with towers. Where's he gonna build those? He has to make sure to keep him out of his black map and keep it in the fog of war here to make it a real surprise to him. Will they be deployed before the end of the match? He could have put him right here. But, wait a minute. At the town center, that's right. I don't know how far, if that's in mortar's range or not, because you can't build within the mortar's range on the town center. That's a rule. They just won't let you put the foundation down. He has enough grenadiers to deal with these redoubts, though. Yep, these town centers are definitely going down for the count. Yep, tower's going down. Nice, and then how about this tower here? Yeah, just not enough hussars to deal with that though. Just not enough hussars. Yeah, those hussars are, that's dead, looks like. He's just encircling them like a hawk with those wagons. Yeah. Now you send, Colonial Militia. Not that you'll get it in time, though. I don't think you'll be able to ship it in time to even make advantage of it. If you got it earlier and have that available, that can make a difference because the Grenadiers get the siege unit tag, and remember the Minutemen do damage against siege units, so they could do some hard damage to these Grenadiers. Maybe save the town center. But he was already dead anyways. He already lost his tempo in economy and military by going for those rushes that kept failing. I like the idea of you going for an Ornananka rush. The Portuguese, that was definitely a creative play, and against another civilization that would actually be very devastating. But, you need to keep in mind the potential civilizations you're going to face against. against Swedish. Now here's the thing, Portuguese on Jebel Musa is a wonderful civ. You just played them in the wrong circumstance against the civ matchup. Your job would be to go fast fortress in the Cacadores. Because why? Because what are Swedish? They are a heavy infantry and assault cavalry civilization. That means I'll build my dragoons and my Cacadores to counter your primary military. Primary in the sense that it comes out of your allotments, which is their main spamming ability. Because yes, they do get Royal Guard Halberdiers and Royal Guard Hussars, but that's not what they get in big chunks out of their allotments. You had to play them economically in such a way that you outboomed the Swedish. You couldn't just rush in there that quickly, thinking that the town center loss is going to take them out, because, well, and we can look right now. Yeah, he could have very well aged up too and gotten these hussars, gotten these upgrades, and you would have been outboomed to death. You can make Alsters, whatever they're called now. I think they're called Huss Troopers now, I believe. Yeah, just right civ and the wrong deck, I think, wrong strategy. The strategy you played the strategy right, but you picked the wrong strategy. You played it well, but maybe a different strategy. Yep, that's it. So now you're going to see things flop really bad for me. This is going to be painful to watch. I picked some very questionable civ choices against whatever he was doing. So I went with the Bulgarians, and he went with the United States. Good old USA. Now tell me, like, it's like trivia to yourself. Why is this a horrible idea? Well, how bad can this go? I'll give you a few seconds to think of it before I blurt it out. Ding, ding, ding. Answer is because both the factions in the United States get an anti-infantry unit. Either going to end up dealing with sailors, which are a skirmish naval unit that deals crush damage, or you're going to have to deal with Zweds, which are a relatively strong assault unit that has anti-infantry multipliers. And guess what that does to me in my awful Senate strategy? Tanks it. Tanks it dead. Exactly what happens here, too. I mean, though it was a bit of a bust here, I can go over sort of how you're supposed to use Bulgarians here yourself. So, when you're dealing with other civs, you can sort of understand the method of my madness here. So, as Bulgarians, when you get your landowner's wagon, you need to build a barracks. That's the most important thing. Build a barracks. Why build a barracks? Because of this. See this? I'm going to go with this deck right. Yep, exactly. This deck right here. What's this card? Prostata Kazalma. This card right here gives you one barracks wagon, and it gives every barracks population space of about 40 population. How much is that exactly? That is the wood of 4 houses. So, in essence, this card here has as much value as 1,000 wood. 1,000 wood. 1 barracks and 8 houses. This is a 1K wood shipment right here. So what this for you? If you just consider the barracks part, you're going to think, oh, that's a horrible card. Why would I send that? It's a barracks wagon. I could build a barracks. Why would I just ship my 700 wood? Because it's got a value of 1,000 wood. And if you want to capitalize it on it even more, you got Guerre Militaire that sends a trading post wagon and a barracks wagon right after it. Now, how much is this worth for your arithmetic. This is worth about 800 wood. Definitely less than this, but still more than a traditional wood shipment. You gain a trading post, you gain a barracks. And now what do you have at the end of that situation? You got 3 barracks, you would have approximately about 140 population to train military, and now you don't even need to chop wood anymore because you have all the population you need to spam Opelshennets, Opelshennet infantry. That's the theory of going for a Bulgarian rush. And to boot, unfortunately, as Bulgaria, you only have 2 units. And this is where I get screwed here. You have 2 units to choose from. You got the Opelshennet cavalry, and you have the Opelshennet infantry. Well, you also have sailors, but this isn't a naval map. You couldn't go sailors if you wanted to. Plus, it's a little bit deviant anyways, since you're not the Greeks and you don't get a free deck. So, it would definitely need to be a large water map. Let's say Florida maybe, or Carolina. But, so let's assume you have 2 units. Opelshennet infantry and Opelshennet cavalry. What is the problem with that in this matchup? Sailors, right? Marines. United States Marines. And who is he going with? Good old George Washington. He could never tell why, but one thing he could do is destroy your entire Bulgarian roster with Marines. And why is that? They do crush damage, and that this crush damage do, it deals indiscriminate damage against both pierce armor and hack armor. And what do you think that does to someone like me that has really horrible trash units? It destroys them. And there's nothing you can do about it. You are a sitting duck. And somebody might say, well, wait a minute. Can't you use the Samara banner to turn them into Hajusi? Maybe you could ship Hajusi? No. That is the problem. The Hajusi are skirmish units. They deal about 1.5 against heavy infantry. Now, with the tag rework, Marine infantry are now skirmish units. They are no longer heavy infantry. So those multipliers do nothing. On top of that, the pierce damage of the Hajusi would be negated by that of the Marines. So in some ways, you're better off just sticking with your Opelshennet infantry just in the situation that any light cavalry show up. I mean, yeah, like, you really would be dishing out more damage spending these Opelshennet infantry than you would be changing them to the Hajusi through the Samara banner. And you can't go Safeman because 16 range is just going to kite you. You're not going to survive doing that. I'm going to try to play it safe and ship by Hajusi anyways because I'm like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I know I'm already dead and it's probably over for me already. Dead on arrival. But at least I can use my hero statue. And maybe just build a mass and I might be able to get him out of here. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. And unfortunately, you didn't get the answer you wanted. I just ended up getting swallowed up here. Well, add some Hajusi to it, just in the event, oh, maybe a little range support, maybe that'll help. Nope, nothing. Nothing at all. Run. It's not going to give me any shot at taking advantage of this hero tower. He's just going to let the thing go down so he can get as much damage into me as possible. He's also going to add Spontooners in for a bit of siege as well. Quite a devastating situation. He only has the numbers to completely wreck me, by the way. The Hajusi will have a bit of an advantage against these Frontinas though, which is a little bit good, but far from enough to survive. And my philosophy in going with Bulgarians was, I'm sick and tired of playing Paraguay and everybody just doing something to do with that. I just wanted to use something I knew was probably effective. But turns out this is the one matchup, except maybe also for Chile, where you do not want to do that. You do not want to do that. I have my tail between my legs right now because, you just can't do anything. You're trapped. You're actually trapped. You have no way of really going up to the capital range again, these cherry guns. And even if you get the cherry guns, guess what? Once they fall, you better have an artillery family to make more of them because once they shoot once, they die. So a one-shot attack weapon, similar to the thunder gun of the Tupi. I decided, may as well go for a Samana banner here and get some Hajusi, right? Totally worthless. Nothing you can do. You are dead. Dead on arrival. Now, one thing I should have checked was, do they get I don't think they get a sailor shipment, though. Yeah. It wouldn't have made a whole lot of difference, but, maybe having a couple of sailors in, potentially from the home city, could have given me some range support. But you get the point, though. This was just a horrible Civ matchup. Yep. You basically lose your whole army on arrival. You just snipe them down. See, officers and infantry rely on numbers. They also rely on cards. But firstly, numbers. You basically need to send partisan attack, partisan hit points. You need to send Nubian combat. You need to send partisan combat, and then you have to send Opposemics combat. All these cards, like a million cards, and maybe then you can cut down on the numbers a bit. But until then, it's mostly just unit mass that you rely on. I'll show you the second one. The second one to me was a bit of a shocker. But maybe not. You'll see. We'll see what happens. Second one had me a bit surprised. Alright, I'll show you the second one now. Neat, so I am the Peruvians and he is Bolivians. If any of you watched my trail today, you actually saw me trying to replicate this sort of build that he's going to do right now on a very big map. A very hard to traverse map too, Panama. But here's it on the normal ESO 1 versus 1 map, how it looks. It's a pretty interesting strategy he's going to go with. Basically, I think he's got it in, he's going to be using this one. Actually, might be in this one. Basically, the idea is you're going to use the War de Republicatas. War de Republicatas basically gives every trading post muster of about 3 Republicata Macaeus. Right? And you can, if you can build like at least every trade circle on your side of the map, so 1, 2, 3, 4, that's about 12 free Republicata Macaeus. which are basically a long-range anti-cavalry unit. They deal anti-shock damage at range. And they can go into stagger mode and stuff too. They're basically like a skirmisher against cavalry almost. Now for the actual native settlement, the Republic Cape does. On some of the Latin American maps, they actually have an air tech too that gives them an anti-heavy infantry bonus as well, which makes them even more versatile. But luckily, you don't have to do it from here. See, he's going to start out with Mr. CJ here, get some nice cheap trading posts, so that he could start taking over this whole entire side of his map. As for me, I'm going to go basically a Peruvian Grenadier build, because I'm thinking, yeah, he's going to go for Republic Capers. I actually see this coming, by the way, and I'm thinking, best shot you got, just get those Asian piranha out the door. Because the only thing I can think of that's really going to deal with a sort of native or infantry-based mass that he has planned for me is grenade throws. Get the grenade throws out, cut down his numbers, and maybe then you'll actually be able to beat him back. That's the only shot I really got, I think, in this situation. See, he's already building on 2 of the trade sockets needed to control his side of the map. This is the part that, this is the part's gonna get dicey for me once he starts aging up. He's gonna send Mother's Day. It basically gives, it's an upgrade to your Explorer, but also returns the ship and back to you.
See?
So it's a free statistical upgrade to her, to your Juanita here, your Juanita Boliviana. So he's going to be going with the Italian immigrants, right? And as for me, Japanese, got a nice cherry orchard wagon, why not? Heck, I could even use that to my advantage and get food if I can get some of those Japanese workers out working on the cherry orchard. Been seeing lately in my Japan games in the 3rd edition how good it is to have a defensive cherry orchard. You don't have to go out and grab all those risky hunts. You can just stay at home and eat berries, eat fruit. Yep, and how far ahead is he in age up than me? But actually about on par with me. So he's going into trade socket number 3 now, onto the Cree. And this is where it begins to get really dicey for me. Because as soon as you see that age up, he's probably going to start shipping that Republic Cape for like right away. War of the Republic Cape does. Yep, see, he's gonna get started on that right now too. He's gonna get about 9 of them right away. And it also ends up sending ones for train posts you build after sending the card as well, so it's not exactly a one-time muster card exactly. I don't know if it's supposed to be a one-time muster, but at least from my match yesterday, I was able to get Republic Captors from train posts I built after sending the card as well. Yep, and he's also building a forward native embassy to start building his Calarunas. See, this is sort of the double combination because Calarunas, they have a really good range. They got extra range, similar to a Landwehr infantry, like the old Landwehr infantry. And they also don't cost any population space either. Nor do the Republic Cape to Bacayets. These are native units, they don't cost any population. You can actually just keep killing villagers without having to build houses with these things. which is kind of brutal, you know. See, I'm already feeling the heat over here. And I'm saying, you know, don't come over here, so I got grenadiers. You don't come in over here, man. I got these, but then I get snared by this stupid bitch here, fucking snaring me. It's like, you know, get away, you fucking whore. Get away from me. Get away from me, man. You're snaring me. And now comes the grenade throw. Not as effective as you see, because I definitely want some of my needed numbers from that Warwick snaring incident. Exactly. You know, this was painful to watch, because it's like, for the longest time I thought Grenadiers were a one-fit solution to these types of matchups, but turns out they weren't. Actually, now that I look, the type of characters don't actually go out range. It's mostly the Carolinas that can do a bit of the kiting. Yeah. And as you can see here, he's just going to keep shipping in units as well. So Francotiradores, he's going to be able to ship in Machetros, he's going to be able to send Bazes in. He's all set. He's all set right now. I'm the one in trouble here. I mean, I'm shipping in some Boneros and some Legion Piranhas here. But, yeah, basically, just a horrible mess. Just because of a bad skirmish at the start, you're basically already done for. And I just felt like that was really painful to deal with. Very painful to deal with. And see, these Francotiradores will actually deal multiplier damage to the Grenadiers since they're mounted ranger units. Yep, basically, yeah. Pretty much, I mean, yeah, you're out for the count, you know. Yep. Yep. And there goes the Japanese colony. And there goes chances of coming back. Still got a few going at least, but what good is it, you know? And we'll ship in some Machetros though. Get a grenade throwing hopefully. Yeah, nice. That was killed something at least. Just doesn't matter anymore because he has the army numbers. And the Grenadiers coming in too. The Shepherd's also shipping in. Yep, it's done. They're done. They're done right now. Oh, Ben. It was nice knowing you, world. Nice knowing you. Nice knowing you. So you live every life to the fullest. You never know when Republic Hate and the Chaos are coming for you. Yep. Me trying to be smart and shipping a mining wagon. Like that's gonna do anything. Just wait a second. I have to answer a phone real quick. Alright, so let me just share the... let me check. Okay, so I think we're able to come back now, just at the end of this clip. Let me unpause and just see the last few seconds of my demise take place here. Then we can move on to the final one. I think the final one might have some really good plays that we're not seeing in the other one today. I think honestly today we got a mixed bag of encounters. We had some pretty good ones and we had some pretty mediocre ones, you know. I think mine wasn't so happy, honestly, and I think the Troy versus Fupi one, I think that one, the Korea versus Ethiopia, even though it was just like really one match, those are like the highlights of the stream, I think. But you could comment when I put the VOD up which ones you liked. I'm always curious what sorts of Civ matchups you like to see. You know, I try to get a wide variety of stuff if possible. So maybe if you like to see a certain matchup and seeing certain Civs in use, maybe I'll try to use those in the future more. Maybe learn a bit myself about how their cards work. Yeah, I try to do a variety of Civs. I know majority of them pretty well. There's some I really don't know that much, like Egypt for instance, that I really would love to learn more about. But, yeah, Egypt's very micro-intensive. They actually make the Zulu look like nothing. You know, to play Egypt, you actually have to be really good at managing of your caravans. To the point that, it gets really tricky. So, this is Cerbero versus Sartarak. This is going to be at least if to be honest with the numbers here, it's going to be a full 3-match encounter with the tiebreaker. This should be exciting to watch, because obviously if you get a tiebreaker, you know it's pretty even, the gameplay. You know, pretty intense stuff. We get the United States on one side, and then on the other side you get Gran Colombia with Cerbero. I can't remember if we played a match the other day and he brought the Gran Colombians in. I mean, here's the thing. They're not the strongest Civ. They're an underdog for a Latin American Civ, but from a personal gameplay standpoint, I love playing this Civ. They're really good. What I like about them is they have so many fun, unique units that you can use. And you can build whole entire armies around their unique units. You don't even have to... You can build like these huge armies of like ultimate units and go to war with them. It's really fun. And I know there's a lot of angry people out there that say, you know, oh, I don't like this design, you know, it's not historically accurate or this or that. And it's like, I think from a gameplay standpoint, Gran Colombia is one of the funnest Civs to play as in this mod. And they managed to do it in a very balanced way as well. Because by no means, even though you get so many cool units, are they OP. You know, it's synergized in such a way that they're not harmful to deal with. You know what I mean? They don't overpower the map too hard. They have very distinct, specialized roles that only supports your main army. Now, if you wanted to combine them into armies together, you certainly can. And there's some areas like anti-infantry where, and even anti-scout where they can do quite well. But I guess even anti-artillery they do good too. But you still have to rely on some of your trainable unique units from the 10s, like Voltageos and Yano's Pride, to close the gaps in other areas. They also get a lot of fun military cards too. He has the Chacharos. This is a good one. It gives charge melee to conscriptos. He does not have the one he does. He has Centralos de País, For the Llaneros, it's the same type of concept for the Llaneros. I don't know why he doesn't have the Macetro card though that gives him anti-heavy infantry multipliers. That's a good card. I think he should have definitely considered that. Maybe even drop in one of the coin crates for it. But who am I to say? Maybe you need the coin. Definitely don't play coin as much as I should. I don't know what we're going to see for US though. Are they going to go for a Zwerg thing or are they going to go for a Marine thing? It's all going to depend on what sort of leader we see coming up in that age up. Simon Boulevard, classic name to give him. So, James Madison, so he's going for Zwergs, Louisiana Tigers. So, basically a foot assault unit that deals anti-infantry at range. What that basically allows the United States to do is to dish out some pretty hefty damage against any sort of Escopetero or Conscripto play that they try. Like, they don't, remember this is Gran Colombia, they don't get access to immigrants until the next age, if they want them. Now we're going to see the Ecuadorian mistress here. So the Granadero de Tarqui is their ultimate unit. If they decide to make it this match. I don't know, the time is moving pretty quickly though, so I don't know if that's going to happen or not. We could see some. I would love to see some intense ultimate unit play in a 1v1 at some point. See some Canal Police and Granadero de Tarquis doing some plays. Maybe some Montpelliers too. And the Independentistas as well. Yep, still making the Moanas muy guapas. And alright, pioneers are hunting. Good. Very good. Very, very good. So who's already going to be jumping out with the shipment of the Tigers right away? It's probably going to run right towards the base, I can imagine, and start doing some hit and run with them. They are a fast unit after all. Oh, he's actually interesting. So he's actually micromanaging his bill queue to include some of the slaves to offset his coin cost, so he can. Because look here, sleds clearly cost way more food than they do corn. So he's thinking, you know, I could definitely get out more of these sleds, or Louisiana Tigers as they're called in this circumstance, by getting more of the slaves for the coin cost. Because it's a cost of 40 versus 90. So clearly you're going to want to bank up more of those resources. It's going to be more price ceiling. Oh, he's right on top of this field. This one is running down. Oh, Llaneros, yeah, Llaneros. That's a good response. It's not the perfect response, but it's certainly a good response. Well, you know, really, you don't get any maneuver until the capital age, so that's probably one of the better options for you right now. Is just going for a shock scout. And certainly, if they get in the range of you, they're not going to do that much damage. Yeah, this should be pretty. Can you keep him pinned down for long, though? That's the question. If he can keep him pinned there, I think he has a shot at it. But and he's also going to be using his home city to bring in some units as well. I think his plan is get a large army of scout and swarm this army of Zlevs and try to take him out.
¿Cuál es el plan?
I would probably either do that or I would go for the Machetros. Machetro is another option you could do in mass numbers. Either that or you could fast fortress into units. One of those, probably. I mean, these are fast units. They're not going to be hit by any pardos by any chance. Oh, he's going for a counter raid. He's going for a counter offensive. Get him to go home. That might work. This raid will be somewhat successful. Yes, it will. I got about 2 pioneers. Not bad. Not bad at all. He is going to have to mix in some spontaneous though to deal with any potential shock. That's one thing he is going to have to do. Yep, that is definitely a risk you're going to have to take though. Definitely, yeah, these things, the thing is, if you're going to take tensile fire, you gotta get the Yenos out because they are sort of like the year 1 equivalent of the Lancero. Low HP, high attack. So yeah, that's definitely something to keep in mind. So, looks like he has an option right now. If he wants to take it, he could actually go to Capital Age. Potentially. Is he do that? Is he going to do that? I'm waiting. We're waiting. We're going to see what your plan is here. He will. Panamanian investor. Alright, that could definitely work to his advantage. Probably doesn't want to risk getting an immigrant wagon in there. I just don't know though, because you just I would have clicked up a little bit quicker and made sure that I could here's the thing, you need to get these villagers away. Chop about how much wood? Yeah, train some conscripts to keep them occupied, I guess. Put the tiger here. Maybe distract him a bit more here. He just swam and he just canceled his age up for no reason. You were better off just keeping up with your age if I think in this case, because what are you going to gain now? You should have either been totally committed to military, you should have been thinking of the fast fortress option. You cannot do both. You can't just go for off for one and this slide halfway through. Oh, I don't want to do that now, because you just lost the benefit of both. You know, if you went for the capital age and stuck with it and committed to it, your best shot would be get a stable up about maybe here, maybe, yep, right about here. Get some tents together maybe. And with that, make about 10, 15 units, and then you would basically kite down his entire military. From there, You would slowly try to recover with whatever sorts of unit shipments you can get, any sorts of crates you have left. You could even rely on this Machetro shipment if you had to, and you would slowly crawl your way back. And remember, units, maneuver cavalry, it cancels his webs. He can no longer use the webs if there are any units on the field. Units will deny him the ability to produce his unique unit. He would have to go completely into militia next, which according to what his economy looks like, he is not prepared to go into militia just yet, so he would actually have to re-macro everything just to do that. And that could give you an opening. It's a long game sort of way to look at it, but that's how a lot of these competitive games work. You have to think of the long game just as much as the short. You know, it's not easy. And I don't expect anyone to figure these types of puzzles out, because they're just that, they're puzzles. You know what I mean? They're thought puzzles of how to win a match, and there's more of them you can do, you know, the more you can think your way out of these situations. This will be match 2. Assuming that isn't a duplicate file on match 3, I think our friend here, Cerebro, is going to have a comeback of the century. So we have España, and we have Japan. Japan. Yeah, Cerebro, he's good with Japan. I've been on his team before when he was Japan. He knows how to play him very well. I can definitely see how Japan dominates Spain right now. And I haven't even really looked at the cards yet. I haven't seen sort of the starting military yet. I can always sort of tell how this is going to go down. I think Spain's going to overcommit on Regulares, and Japan is going to exploit that by committing into Kies. And because he didn't commit into Volunteers or Infante de Molina quick enough, probably he's going to end up dying because of that, potentially. I mean, looking at both of these decks, the thing I find that, well, this one has a Gensui in it. I don't think, yeah, the other one doesn't focus on Gensui at all. The other one does. This one does. This one has Ronin Samurai. It has more unit shipments, so, yeah. Well, Sog's deck is a lot of crates, has sailors, has regulares, has towers, even has a counter fish beam ship and the 2 avisos, light ships that can basically shoot down any sort of fishing ship approach that Cerebro might try to go for. How about this deck? Does he have any sort of fishing focus? None at all. He will be going for Trade Empire to get a trading post. He's going to be trying to get some XP, it looks like. Which, for Japan, very beneficial to you, because Japan has a lot of cards that can be sent twice. And with that being said, he would be able to basically run the map full of these resource crates, villagers, even his military. And he could also put some cherry rickshaws out as well, so he wouldn't even have to worry about food that much, right? Food would be pretty secure. That being said, because this is a hunt-only map, Japan is programmed to get 3 cherry orchards right from the get-go, right? They get 3 cherry orchards. They don't have to worry about even sending these extra ones in. But if they did want to send them to really capitalize on the gather rate from the market technologies for cherries, they could definitely send those in, and they'd have another, 4.5k food in the bank for them to be able to gather over time. Giving them a total amount of like 20k food over the course of that match before they have to think about farming, which is kind of insane when you think about it. Because that's like that's enough to like reach the Imperial agents, train all your villagers almost, right? Quite a lot. Not counting what your shrines are doing. So he's going for the Toshogu Shrine. This is an economic wonder. It's going to boost up all the gather rates of his nearby shrines. And he's also probably going to hold off until his Heavenly Kami ships, which will make his shrines that much cheaper to start building. Where are his explorers right now? You guys, one over there, one over there. Yeah, so I think what we can expect here is a Kie play from Japan and a regular play from Spain, perhaps. And what does the Spanish go with? They go with the Statesman. Statesman gives, I believe it gives coin or food. Can't remember which one. We'll have to see which one it provides them. Actually, it looks more like the Governor General, honestly. See the redoubt wagon and I see the coin crates coming out. He's going to start with 700 coin first and then 700 wood. Consulate is coming out. Let's see what sort of ally they go with. My guess would be either Dutch, potentially Portuguese. Otherwise, I would say probably it's going to be the isolationists. Because in general, if you have a Toshogu Shrine here and you got the economy covered, you can somewhat justify boosting up your military a bit to start getting, that better attack. Oh, he's going for the Portuguese option. What surprises me a little bit is often, at least in Definitive Edition, maybe in the Asian Diocese as well, what a common concept is let's build the consulate first, and then let's allow the wonders to, because look at this little trick. He's actually, oh, well, mind, that's the opponent. I thought that was Japan for a second there. So Spain is actually going for a fast fortress right now with the city planner. And with that being done, if I recall, the city planner gives you a town center wagon. So he's looking to go for map control, also suburb production. Thinking more economically, right? He's thinking, alright, we're dealing with the map control serve like Japan, which is going to try to eat up all these hunts with these shrines. Deny me that sort of effective food economy. So I better do the same and get a town center out there. Also, I could get and tap into some of my better shipments. I could send the Escoltas Relays to get access to my Batadores quicker. I could ship Cuirassiers, I could ship foot artillery, I could ship Regulares, I could even ship in Infantes de Marina to deal with any sort of Shiguma Kie based combination that he might be concocting right now. Whereas Japan, I don't know what Japan has in mind. I think Japan is going for the gradual consumption of shrines around the map approach, taking advantage both of his Heavenly Kami ship that he sent, as well as the Portuguese cheapening of the buildings. So it equates to like 75 wood to put up these shrines. They'll definitely give him the population he needs to keep producing units. And he can configure it any way he needs to get as much resources he needs for his military. He's queuing up Shigumas now. Probably expecting Regulares or some form of shock unit. Pretty solid idea, I would think. And here comes the Kies, as expected, right behind him. He does also control 2 trading posts, so he has like half the trade route right now. Oh, nice. So he actually sees the town center going up, and he's going to think, you know, hey, what if I could burn this town center down in time? I could really devastate this man heavily. Yeah. Oh, nice. So he actually took advantage of the consulate pre-fishing boat technology that the Portuguese consulate allies have. It lets you get 3 fishing boats for a cost of export. Especially if you didn't want to commit to a dock, that stuff gave them a way of getting started, at least a little bit on the water. But at the same time, if for whatever reason Spain didn't like them fishing, they could always just ship in the 2 avisos to take care. Oh, here comes the foot artillery. Is he going to be going into hand combat? Yep, he's going into hand. I think he missed the mark a little bit, but not too bad. Yeah, he's definitely getting the second one down though, yep. Denied him the foot artillery shipment. That's actually kind of huge. And also, Spain, they don't really even have the wood to even repair this town center just yet. Why don't you go? Is he going to stay there and try to defend the shrines maybe first? Hopefully. Yes, defend those shrines. Shoot the explorer down. What's next piece in it? Oh, he's going mostly naval infantry at this point, I think. Oh, he's going to train the naval infantry from before. That's a little perk people don't know about is that forts can actually train their civs naval infantry as well. It's the only other way of doing it besides using the light ships. So in that sense, you could do, yeah, it's actually quite interesting. People don't often think of that when they're building forts. Like, they go, yeah, great, they can train my normal units, who cares? No, they can actually train naval infantry as well. It's kind of like the 3rd edition where they can also train falconets as sort of an add-on bonus to what they already were able to train. Now, who's in the advantage here? I mean, Japan economically seems to be holding on pretty tightly here. They might lose a trading post. They're definitely going to lose that shrine. Are we going to see repair that town center at any point? That's another question to ask. Because if he decides, you know, I'm just going to let the chancellor stay on low HP, good chance we're not seeing any sort of acquisition of resources here at all. See, this is kind of annoying for him. He just shipped his corn to the wrong town center. He just put it on the frontline town center, and now he's going to have to put his civilians potentially in harm's way to get to that coin. And he could have just kept that back at the home base here, which is unlikely to be assaulted at any time soon. Right now, I don't think he really has a shot against Marine infantry. I wonder if we're going to see a dock from Spain as well to get these Infantes to the veteran upgrade, because you do need a dock to upgrade Marine infantry. Market Wood 1 coming out. Definitely need that for skirmish. Also, Gunto Cavalry. Does he have any dojo? No, he doesn't have any dojos. It's always curious to see if the people use dojos to get extra units. Now these Gunto Riders are going to deal some really good multipliers actually against these Marine infantry if they can get in the range of them. Yeah, so he's going to be doing mostly a barrack stable build, it looks like, for now. You could actually add some academicos in as well, which are the Portuguese consulate volunteers, for even more firepower. Or you might be saving up for some other ship the Portuguese have access to for export. Corsair is interesting. Watch the cursor form though. You might end up getting sliced if you're not careful. Yeah, you gotta be careful of cursor. It looks like pathing-wise he was able to mess them up though. So yeah, luckily he was able to mess up their pathing such that he was able to survive it. Now you can just charge him with the gun toes, I think. You just fall in behind. Yep. Yep. Oh, perfect. See, this is when the Gentos are really good. Not only do they have Lancer like multipliers that deals damage to the skirmish units, they actually have a very fast speed for a scout unit too. They're very fast. That gives them really good advantages when they're playing with infantry. Now they're able to catch up to fleeing enemies real easily. And that's definitely an argument for them when you're fighting. Now we switch into more regulares. See, this is sort of the original sort of matchup I thought I was going to turn into, and I think this is where he's going to have a bit of problems for himself. Is now that he has to rely more on like heavy infantry, now the Kies are going to get their time to shine with their multipliers. He sees the fort shooting at him here, so he backs off a bit. Doesn't want to give him any free kills for him. Who would? Oh, he's actually spending coin to save an explorer. He probably wants to take some of these shrines up here, I would assume. Yeah, I think he just wants more shrines. He's willing to cough up the coin to get another strong shrine builder up there. Yeah, I think it's looking pretty good to be Japan right now. I think militarily you're coming up onto the Spanish slowly but surely. Yeah, I think they got the advantage right now. Thompson it down because he never repaired him. Maybe that'll cost him, who knows. So he's actually going to ship in 2 more cherry orchards. How are his cherry orchards doing, by the way? He has quite a bit of food left over, actually. He could be picking a lot of fruit for a while now. You know? There's quite a bit of fruit. Yep, and he's going to have to build up these orchards. Oh, he's going for a fume as well, so maybe he's thinking of taking more solid control of the water as well, which would give him a bit of an advantage in terms of map control that he really needs to work on his age up. Because once he can age up, the canals can come out, even the Ronin Samurai can come into play, and then I feel like statistically you got the real advantage over the Spanish that you need. And why haven't we seen a dockyard in any upgrading of these marine infantry defection? That's what I'm wondering, because every bit of little bit of damage you can get out of these marine units, because these deal true damage, they deal full damage unless a unit somehow had crush armor, they would deal full damage to them. I don't know why, you know. Beats me. I think you really should be getting a deck in between all this and start giving them a veteran upgrade so they can deal closer to like 20-21 damage when they're piercing armor. Because that works both against the scout and against the skirmish units of Japan. Even the artillery units of Japan. Just getting siege drill right now. Also, why not capture this hunt down here? I think it's safe under the fort's protection. If you could possibly get this piece of meat down here and keep up. Because as you can imagine, his food is falling a little bit behind. He's not even able to keep up with his supper queue when he's making military now, which is kind of alarming for him. He's aging up with the Golden Pavilion. That's usually what you do in capital age with Japan. I mean, it's for sure that Japan can definitely defend water now, I think, because they got the Funes here protecting. Funes will also be able to add a little bit of fishing as well, since these types of light ships can do their own types of fishing. He sends like one gunter in just to disrupt him and make him go in. It's actually kind of cool, kind of a neat little trick about overcommitting your cavalry. Oh, then it goes for an actual raid into the mills. Yeah, Japan clearly won this, I think, in the long run. Yeah, I'm gonna raid you with one regularity. That's so scary, man. Yeah, that's not gonna do much. It's not gonna do much at all, actually. Yeah. Yep, just get that slice him down. Good. Good. They gotta change that description. That's kind of dead. No longer have splash damage. Back when the Wars of Libya team was deciding on how katanas should play into the Civ bonuses. Initially they had a bonus where all the infantry had a katana, and the katana gave them a splash attack similar to the samurai unit. And then later on they decided, let's get rid of the splash attack and let's let the katana pierce armor better. So give them plus damage, making them like melee naval units. And I guess now they don't get any sort of katana bonus at all. Now they just work like vanilla units. Here comes the canals. Canal cones. These are basically just flaming arrows. Give him some pretty good siege when he's pushing. Yeah, I think Japan, you can tell from the score already that they've already sort of won this already. Spain's still not getting veteran upgrade on these Infante de Molinas yet. Nor has he even gotten upgrades on his regulares yet. So I don't know what he's thinking. Like, you gotta at least get some upgrades on those soldiers of yours, you know? And now he's starting to maybe think about going to isolationist Japan now, I think, or maybe Dutch, to get a bank. Maybe he wants to pick up some Dutch buildings, like an arsenal or something. Well, I would say that's not even worth doing, since Japan doesn't even get counter infantry rifling. No, if they got counter infantry rifling at their arsenal, then I would say Dutch arsenal definitely worth it for the Kievs, but they don't, so they stay basically like 2x against heavy infantry, which is kind of a bit sloppy. It's not sloppy, but it's not impressive. cuirassiers coming in. This should give him a bit of a needed edge he needs. Is he gonna go for these villagers straight up drive with these cuirassiers? Looks like it. Looks like he is. Yeah, that's actually kind of a devastating strike on him, actually. He's gonna get at least one of them down. Is he gonna get other ones down? Yeah, that was actually an okay, not really an okay raid because he only lost one of them. Like if Cerebello for whatever reason was occupied on his monitor looking at Juanita Bonita for a few seconds and then quite react in time, that could have been devastating for him. Could have been quite devastating. Quite devastating indeed. But yeah, Japan sweeping that up under the rug real easily. I think we're going to see the tiebreaker after this one. And then there'll be end of this week's encounters, you know. So far it's been pretty fun, you know what I mean? I like commentating a lot these matches, you know. Been only doing it for a couple, like maybe a few months now, and it's been pretty fun to be a host on this stuff. So hopefully I can do some other events as well at some point. Maybe get a better mic as well so it doesn't sound as staticky. At least I have something for now that you can always hear from, you know what I mean? Understand the words. Yep, fort's going on, and I think that's about the end. I think this infantry should be able to handle the cuirassiers just fine. Yep. Yeah, he's done. So I think for Spain, their weakness was not upgrading units, not fortifying that map control effectively, and not macroing myself in such a way to be able to maintain that map control. Also, alternatively, though not a big deal, he could have sent the Bezos in to deal with this water supremacy as well. Though he got a dark so late into the match that I don't consider that a real deduction, I would say, in terms of scoring that. I think really, and most of it was just come down to lack of maintaining map control. Yeah, you had a forward town center, but you didn't make much of it. You know what I mean? You didn't build another town center right where the shrines were down there and start burning those. Did that, I think you would have had a 2-0 win. You wouldn't be going to the tiebreaker. So here's the tiebreaker of Cerbero versus Sandelak. Last but not least, the final match of the stream. We will hopefully enjoy some very, very interesting gameplay here from both sides. Hopefully no out of sync issues either. We got Ottomans versus, wait a second, I quit this, Hardinancy of Iroquois, yeah. I always call them Iroquois, it rolls off the tongue better. So we got the Eros versus the Evets. So a plain old vanilla Civ match. I mean, you don't see a lot of, we've actually seen quite a few Iroquois Hardinancy matches in this tournament, so, it's good to see these when they come. So how's this going to go, though? I think it's going to be mostly a Janissary versus Tomahawk situation, I would assume. Maybe some Vienna Bowmen, Rabbis gunners from either side. Maybe some sort of scout cavalry from either side. Let's put a longhouse up. Alright. Let's see, yep. Good. Probably gonna want to go for a training post too if you're Hards. It's typically what they do. Which kind of combats with the Ottomans, who also are very, they're always sewing on the training posts, yeah. gonna say, almonds, they do really good when they get those trampers. What sort of deck is this? You got sheep, you got cows, and you got... What sort of decks are these? Fast and Furious? Yeah, I mean, in general, I think these were all pretty solid diamond options, I think. He's going with Istanbul. So what's that got? He's got, faster building wagons, cheaper buildings, he's got, janissaries, delis, crate shipments, Balks, Abbas, Spahi, so he's got a fairly numerous amount of things to utilize. I couldn't tell you right away who wins this matchup because I know they're both got pretty unique types of heavy infantry to rely on. Almonds being tankier but more expensive, whereas Hards just replaced their coin costs with wood costs and their heavy infantry. Interesting to see which one comes on top here. So, I'm looking at the timer now. I think it's going to be a relatively quick match, to be honest. It's not going to be too long. I'm not going to see any sort of wacky fast industrial plays from HUDs, I don't think. Yeah, I mean, most people don't think of fast industrial when they think of the HUDs, but they do have one. No town destroyer. You put a high chieftain, but no town destroyer. Ew. Ew. Don't do that. A town destroyer. Town destroyer does a lot. He's going with the wise woman, so that's going to be more of an economic shipment. Whereas the artisan for the Ottomans, so quartermasters 400 wood. Yeah, I just don't know. Like, it's kind of as... No, the Ottomans are technically winning on the trade route front, I think. Like, he's got the center post, but he has the two outer ones. Hards are actually surprisingly behind the Ottomans in their age up. I don't know if that's going to make a difference in the end, though, to be honest. Probably will. Let's see what buildings he goes with here. Is he going to go for the fortress in the Abbas and Spahi? That's the other option. Oh, he's going for Janissary, maybe Janissary Abbas Gunner. I think Janissary Abbas Gunner is usually the way to go with the Ottomans. Unless you really wanted to go Delhi raiding. Forward War Hut coming out. JSO is going in queue. Alright, so with that being said, I don't know, oh, he's just reaching it now with his traveler. Alright. Okay, so it looks like here he has his JSOs in queue. So Barrow has his Kanya Horseman in his home city shipping queue. War Hut is complete, and he'll probably begin archers, I can imagine. And a bowman. Yeah, is he going to go with bowling, or is he going to go with tomahawks? Oh, yep, he's going Janissary Abbas Gunner. Alright, so he's going to have to keep in mind the risk that Abbas Gunners have in store for him. Yeah, if he has to calm your horseman, that would be defensible right now. And then he can start pushing in with these bowmen right away. Just taking them out from range with these archers for now. Pushing them back a little bit. Let's look at what the Almonds have in Arcu. Do they have Abyss Gunners? He's technically house right now and can't actually get any Abyss Gunners right now. So I don't know. Yeah, definitely be careful with those tiny horsemen. You want to make sure that you don't lose them too quickly to these Janissaries. And then you can move down onto those, yeah, I don't know why he engaged. He could have just went down here. Oh, nice. That's a nice mass of archers he's got going on right there. Yeah, very good indeed. Has to be careful with this though. The scimitar, the slashing of the scimitars can really rattle him. He's not careful. At this point, he has the bigger mass, so he's figuring, yeah, let's just go after him with our scimitars right now. Yep. Nice curved blades come through the archers pretty well. Yeah, those Janissaries are getting the real work on those archers. He isn't really protecting them very well. He's not backing up at all. He's letting them get into full melee with him. I don't know, like, who's winning this? Who's shipping in some delis though? How about economically? Is that Barrow doing well economically? Not really. I mean, they got the wacky Native American UI, so you can't tell resource-wise which one is in the right spot. Yeah. Oh, he's using his forward war hunt. He is doing a bit of an attack dance too at his fire pit as well. I don't know if we'll rely on that more as the match goes on, or what's his plan with that. Yeah, and because of that, he's also going to lose that central trading post and giving Sagdawak the advantage of having Stagecoach if he wants to. He could Stagecoach at this point. To give him an astronomical economic advantage. Or he could get shipments quicker too. Jellies, nice. Flush them in. Good job. Good job, Delis. Having a little bit more attack than the standard SR and HP is quite good for him. Alright, so playing it safe to get some Abyss Gunners perhaps. Also has the delis doing some raiding work in the base. Yeah, I think the Almonds are in good standing right now. I think if Hards were able to retreat their bowmen safely back to the base, things would be a bit different here. You might be able to come back and deal some nasty arrow fire to him, but now that the archers are gone, seems like Almonds are the ones with the forward going military and the trade route control. Ouch, that's not good. He just lost a couple of his fire pit dancers without really watching them. Perhaps he is watching the Juanitas Bonitas a little bit too much right now. Should be focusing on his base. Surprisingly, it still has a scouting Kanya horseman right here that he could still utilize if he wanted to as sort of a distraction. Quite interesting. Yeah, I mean, Albus Jansley, that's going to win against the Archers. Yep, that's going to win. I don't know why he's putting him on dance stance right now. I mean, he's just giving him a higher chance of getting shot by putting him near the fire pit like that. Also, he's not watching his bill down here. He's gonna lose one. Yeah, Almonds, I think, are gonna win eventually. I guess it comes down to how long does Barrow want to stall this out, I think, now. I don't really see him coming back from here too much. Even with 3 war huts supporting the... Definitely going to be a factor in cutting down his army, but I just don't see him coming back. If he had a massive archer still with those 4 huts, I think he'd be able to defend and do something, but now he's just talking about literally tower fire alone, trying to deal with that many things. Send some hunting dogs in. Good idea. Oh, good. It looks like he will survive for a couple more minutes, it looks like. Unless they can pull a major upset. It's always possible. Hunting dogs coming in on the Almond side, it looks like, too. And training Billy's finally. Actually training from a stable. Shipping in some villages. He actually hasn't gone to the level of upgrading his rickshaw yet, though. He could definitely do that if he wanted to at this point, because I don't see this trade route going away at a time for. Not when you have a nasty army like that and send a map. Also, is he keeping up with his moss? Yep, he has his temple up, yep. Yeah, do they even have enough wood to rebuild a town center right now? I don't think so. And he's ran out of most of his unit shipments too. All he has is some tomahawks left. Oh, he actually shipped in some Cherokee, that's interesting. For a build of defense. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, he's definitely going down. Yeah, that's one of the more obscure bonuses of the HUDs is, in Wars of Liberty, is when you siege a building, you could actually spawn like trees and deer from them. Which in a weird way, depending if you can come back or not, actually gives you a decent source of food. Yep, these are deer, right? These are from the... Yep, just relying on whatever remaining tomahawks and archers he has left. But I don't think he's really got much options left at this point. You know, he has a couple characters left too, but yeah, not too good. Not too good at all. I think that's going to be it for him. That's going to be end of Sir Barrow. He fought valiantly today, and you know, he did get one win of the 3 matches. You know, that's impressive. You know, I just think he could have played a little bit safely with his archer units a bit. And if he did that, I think he would have had a better chance of pressuring the Almonds down. I just don't know what he was doing. Like, he let the Janissaries go into full scimitar mode and start slashing away at his units in melee when he knows the bowmen are most fragile in melee. If he just retreated an army of like 25, 30 bowmen into the base and did what he was doing then and then got onto the fire pit dance, good chance he could have did some real pierce damage to those Aeana bowmen. You know what I mean? Seriously. And I mean, look at the stats, I guess, too, because this is the last one. I guess we could look at the post-game stats a little bit. Yeah, I mean, look at these kills. 97 kills. 9 buildings razed. And economically, you were just beaten down by unit kills. It's not even funny. Look at the graph, you know. This is when he lost all those archers, right around this point here, right around this point in the graph. If he imagine keeping this level of score up to here, seeing this loop up to here, you know, you could have at least had a bit of a better edge, and maybe gotten a higher kill count at least. Yeah, I don't know. Well, it seems like it's the end of our Week 9 Liga matches for Wars of Liberty. It was fun bringing it to you. Had a lot of fun doing this today. Feels good doing it again after, you know, doing it only a week ago. Feels like I can stream more often now, this stuff. But anyways, enjoy this on Unstoppable Strut's YouTube channel when the vlog becomes available likely tomorrow morning. If you didn't get to see everything, or you didn't get to see any of it at all, you can enjoy all these matches and my commentary for them. Yep, see you next time, whenever that is. Probably in 2 weeks from now, I would imagine 2 weeks from now. Okay, signing off now.